This show is for adults, by adults, using adult language, role playing adult situations, and possible controversial topics. No situations or topic reflects the views of the dungeon master or the players in real life. You have been warned. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Hey, Zarius.
Hello. Who's that?
I'm that terribly creepy villain you've been working on. I
Oh,
had some thoughts about some terribly overpowered abilities that I could use against your players as they fight wave after wave of my seemingly endless minion horde.
that sounds really fun, but I don't know where my notebook is right now for my dungeon
You
notes.
fool! You should be using World Anvil.
World Anvil? What's World Anvil?
World Anvil has everything you need to start creating and building
Really?
your world. You can upload maps, make character or villain profiles, timelines, update world lore, and much, much more.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm gonna have to definitely sign up for. Why are you laughing like that?
Live, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, everybody.
Hello.
How is everybody doing? So I'll let our GM, of course, take it away today.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. We are unfortunately down one czar this evening. Hope you start feeling better quick. He's a little under the weather, but hopefully everything's fine and dandy by with some experience. Just want to remind everyone that we are proudly sponsored by World Anvil, which has everything that you need to start creating and building your world. You can sign up for free and get started right away at worldanvil.com. And you can also join their Discord, which the links are over in chat, which is usually over there. And as always, we like to thank Roll20 for their generous support, providing us with a pro account and core books that help me run the session and put my shabbily drawn maps into a place where you can see them. I'm trying, but my artistry is terrible. But that's neither here nor there. So keep chipping away at that sub goal. We've got a book giveaway lined up next, and then I think there's a dice tower in the long off distance that for a Wormwood dice tower that'll be really cool. And then so we'll get ready to dive into session 13, lucky 13. Hopefully we don't all die. And
We die in a book town.
yep, yeah, taken out by a giant purple bookworm. Oh god, I never saw it coming.
We don't die for demons or yetis or
No, I backpedaled out of those, but if you piss off a bookworm and he stabs you, that's on you. That's not on me. That's on you. So where we left off last week was arriving here in sort of the twin towns of Animus and Centaura, built around this giant lake. There's a big bridge in the center of it that kind of shortcuts around, so you don't have to take the long way around the lake all the time. And they discovered that Centaura is home to the Archive, which is a massive, not a library in the traditional sense, it's a repository of people's sort of like autobiographies and journals and diaries and things of that sort. It's sort of a living record of the past maintained here on the island that's been sort of compiled over the decades and centuries, and there's a little museum to scribes and record keepers of renown, and it's a bit of like a hall of fame kind of a thing, you know. People put their 10 millionth word quill in a glass case, kind of a, you know, they're nerds. They do that they can. Also, while in this town, they caught wind of a rare kind of off the radar bookstore that may deal in the private sale of pre-imperial documents, books, records, that kind of thing, stuff that the Empire is sort of quietly sterilized from the normal public record. So they're Czar, just by sheer dumb luck, managed to bump himself into what he thinks may be the door to said bookstore. They weren't really sure how to get in. There seemed to be some kind of secret handshake passcode kind of thing that he didn't have, and he wasn't sure how to get it. And they've been poking around at that. So we're gonna pick up. They came back to the inn. They checked into another Elias inn, as per always, and kind of met up, knowledge dumped with each other of what they learned in the archive and what they learned about the bookstore and all that kind of stuff. We're gonna pick up, waking up the following morning. Everybody's at breakfast, and then we'll roll from there. So, what would you like to get up to today?
Well, was hoping Czar would get us in that bookstore.
You can still take a shot at it. Shelly and Lucy know about it too. They know what's up.
Actually, I think I have an idea, and I would like to try that. But also, at some point, I would like to go find some ink, copy and spell books and stuff.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. That wouldn't be too hard to find in this town. They could point you to that kind of a spell quality ink dealer without too much trouble.
Shady ink dealing.
I probably need at least like 200 gold worth, but yeah, spellcasting's expensive.
Oh yeah, it gets pricey in a hurry. You want to fill out that spell book.
But yeah, does anybody else have anything they would like to do first?
Not really. I'll follow around, I guess. Be that scary. Woman.
Gonna be Shelly's muscle.
I mean, worst case scenario, I could just rip the door off its hinges.
I just want to say, for the record, that Shelly has just as much muscle as Lucy does. So
Very much so. That's why it was a little tongue in cheek to say it, because I'm like, pretty sure you have the highest strength in the party, or close to it.
Lucy only has a 14.
Yeah, so you get that
well, then
get
you
into
do
a bench
beat me
press
now.
competition.
I'm only at a so.
I will not be ripping any doors off of hinges.
Oh, that's fine.
No, we can. I'm just saying I won't be doing it.
I'm just saying I volunteer.
Well, you are perfectly welcome to volunteer.
Other than that, I don't think I have any research or anything to do other than what we've already done. So, unless you guys have some more stuff.
I've researched as much as I can at the archive. I think anything else I might find is going to be at that bookshop.
Alrighty.
Just gotta figure out how to get there.
I mean, have you guys tried knocking?
Well,
I think Czar did.
apparently it's kind of shady.
No.
I'm not you know, that doesn't seem like something Czar does. Knocking. Knowing him, he probably
Yeah.
just tried to smuggle his way in by intercepting somebody that was out there, kind of forcing his way in. But since he did get in, I guess it didn't go too well.
Alright. Well, before we go, I am going to go ahead and set up my ritual and cast another Find Familiar to change Tony into a spider instead. Figure out where the spider went. Where are you, spider? Ah, that's right. So her name is now Gwen Stacy. And once we're ready, we'll go ahead and head out back to that alleyway.
Okay. Is everybody on board for this plan? Is people splitting off in other
sounds
I feel like
sounds like a plan.
everyone goes in new direct. It goes in like 3 directions. So is everyone going to the same place? Oh my god.
I gotta think. I think we're all going to the same exact place.
I mean,
Oh my
Czar's
God.
not. I mean,
Except for
Czar's
Z-
not.
Well,
Yeah, no. Czar's gonna go. We're gonna say Czar is supremely confident that there's got to be more than one black market bookshop in this town, so he's gonna go try to find a second one
Of course,
on the off chance he needs it.
sounds like Zara.
That feels like a czar-ish kind of thing. It's like, I don't trust this bookshop. I'm gonna find a better bookshop.
He's gonna pickpocket every single person on the street trying to find those cards.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
every
Nope.
single pick.
Nope. Nope.
Almost.
Platinum. Nope. Okay, so you return to the part of town that Czar originally showed you where the shop was. Then I will grab you.
Oh, is it the door that has a circle on it?
Yes, that was just for.
It's trapped. Totally trapped.
It's this door you want to go in, guys, not other doors. This door is the door you need to go into. I'm gonna go to the building next to it and see if I can go in a different way.
I wasn't sure if it would show up clearly on the map as being a door, if it was visually distinctive enough, so I circled it
That's fair.
for you
To
to
be-
be nice. But you want to be all sarcastic about it. Guess what?
No circle for you.
How about that?
You've
No
been
more circle. for you.
Denied your circle.
No more circle.
And so,
So-
that other building is the one we were in yesterday.
So this bit here is that wax seal shop that you were in, the front bit. And then this alleyway, and this is where that door was.
Just saying, there's a door right there. I don't know why you guys didn't go through that one.
I mean, we were trying to get the guy to invite us back there, but he wasn't playing along. So-
They tried really hard, but I think that guy just doesn't know what's behind his.
Right.
Say the guy's renting out his back room ignorantly.
Yeah, that's definitely it. They're just science experiments.
They're just playing poker back there.
I mean, if you
Um,
guys would like to go and talk to him, we can.
Yeah.
I think that. What
But yeah,
what-
so there's a couple of different random like shops, and this bigger square is maybe like a tavern of some kind, and then these are shops across the street from it, and then but this little bit here is that wax seal shop, and then that is the alleyway and the door that you're interested in. So
What were you saying, Shelly?
No, I was just going to say that once we get there, I would say it would probably be a good idea not to crowd the door. Because what I'm going to do is have Gwen go climb around up there and kind of out of sight, and just be my eyes and ears for a bit, and see if we can find somebody going through to see if they have a token or if they have a password or something like that that we can discover through observation before we start trying to break doors down.
Just giving us a fast, easy solution, but I guess we'll do the difficult way. Go ahead.
If you guys want to go in and talk to the guy and try to. Oh no.
Oh, wait.
No.
Sound better
It's
now.
better when you move it closer.
Okay. Yeah, I've been having mic issues and I don't know exactly what it is.
Doesn't
but-
sound like you're trying to talk to us down the hall anymore.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna watch this back door for visitors, and if you guys want to do whatever you're gonna do, that's fine. Just don't crowd the door. So if anybody comes up,
okay, so where do you want to stake out the joint from?
I can be anywhere within like 100 feet, so I'm probably gonna be at least around a corner.
Well, let's find somewhere when I'm not gonna be able to notice.
I'm gonna just
I mean, that's not
slump
possible.
down in that alley there and start smoking the druidic grass.
Here, I'll cast a what is it, minor illusion, and make it look like Lucy's in a big box, 5x5 box. So anybody just looking down the alley will just see a big box. And Finnegan.
So we all, us just gonna wait down the alley.
So you're gonna be like there.
So we like all waiting down the alley.
Sure. Unless you guys want to do something else.
I mean, I'm waiting. I'm gonna let you do you.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
and then if that doesn't work, I will definitely do me.
Kinley's social skills are very, narrow, like dealing with books and librarians and.
This is a small black market library.
Yeah.
So get after it.
It's a shady library, though.
Is it though?
I mean, it's
Oh.
not under the sun, so yeah, it would be shady.
Worst pun.
Would you like
Terrible.
me to start making D&D jokes again?
God, no.
Those were entertaining.
I'm so glad I have actually approval.
Uh,
BRB.
God.
Okay. So how long would you stake out for? Would you just bunker down and wait for somebody to come as long as it takes? Or are you gonna give it like an hour and then give up? Or what's the game plan?
If nobody showed up within like the first, say, half hour, I might have Gwen like crawl down to see if there's enough space where she might be able to crawl underneath the door,
Mhm.
or find some other little hole to try to get inside, just so that I can see what's on the inside of the room.
Okay. So nobody shows up within that first half hour. Um, because dear lord.
We roll good, huh?
Oh yeah, super.
Are we under that 10% again? Yeah, we are.
It's real bad. But that's neither here nor there. It's just a matter of time more so than anything. It's like, is somebody gonna come by, in the first hour or in the first day or in the first week? Somebody will come by eventually. No. So you give it about a half hour. Nobody comes by. It's all quiet on the eastern frontier. So you give Gwen the nod to go inside, and Spider Gwen is going to sneak about the doorway, try to find enough of a gap to get in.
Gwen, Spider Gwen, does whatever Spider Gwen can. Walks on ceilings.
Okay. So Spider Gwen does manage to find enough of a gap under the door to slip in successfully. Are you like constant through the perception for this?
Yeah, I'm using her senses.
Okay. So you are currently blind and deaf to your actual surroundings.
Yep.
So you're in Spider Gwen's senses. You're telling her, press on, press in. She presses in. It's Spider's dark vision. No dark vision. Probably not.
I don't think so.
Dark vision, 30 feet.
Fantastic. That makes this so much better because I was going to be very sad if I had to tell you it was pitch black and you can't see anything and that's all you get.
She'll crawl around for a light switch.
It's called the black market. I understand now.
It makes so much more sense now. So you press in and you see there's like a small landing kind of a deal with a chair, and there's a very burly bouncer type person sitting there with a little side table sized thing, just kind of chilling out, entertaining himself, waiting to do the door slidey thing if somebody knocks on the door. Go ahead and make a stealth check for me.
Yeah. Why is that
Awesome.
whispered? I don't know. Probably from
I don't
when
know.
I was DMing this weekend. Never whisper.
But it's fine. You rolled a 19 on your stealth, which is plenty of stealthiness. So your Gwen presses on, believing that she has gone unnoticed. To your, sorry, let me.
How big is this spider?
Little
Tiny.
spider, like a daddy long
just-
legs ish kind of spider, tiny
Just
tiny.
want to make sure it wasn't like just like a tarantula walking across the floor.
Oh
like,
no,
that shit's gonna get
that
stepped on.
that huge spider from the end of Arachnophobia that's like a foot and a half across. And you're like, oh my god!
Super stealth. Don't worry, you don't see this thing.
So that there's that little landing off to the side that he's sitting at with his little table, and he's looking very burly bouncery. And then straight ahead, there's a stairwell that looks like it spirals down into some kind of like basement.
Okay. So I will have her go ahead and go look down the stairway because why not?
Okay. So you sneak your way down the stairwell.
Yeah, as long as she doesn't go more than 100 feet away, I can still do the thing. So
Okay, let me crunch some math here. Yeah, you're still in good shape. So the spirals down a couple of times. You're pretty sure that this is probably a good 20, 30 feet to get to the bottom. And you get to the bottom and you see a very large, very empty basement.
Seems like a waste.
Yeah, it's a good like 60 plus feet across in both directions. It's just a big empty basement space. There's nothing in it.
the empty.
Empty.
Probably not actually empty. Can she just like walk across the floor and see if she bumps into something?
Sure can. You kind of pace around the room a little bit and don't seem to bump into anything or come across anything. It's just a spiral stairwell into this large basement space that appears to be empty.
Curious. I will have her park herself up in the upper room, like up in a corner somewhere where she's not going to be able to be seen.
Like next to the bouncer.
Yeah,
kind
or,
of.
like behind the bouncer.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then I will come back into my own head and relay what I saw and ask if anybody has ideas. I don't think it was an illusion, because, like, unless Gwen was real lucky and managed to walk down all the right aisles and not hit anything. I mean, she is kind of little, so maybe that is what happened, but it could be like a pocket dimension sort of thing, or maybe somebody, like, they've just got stuff, like, hidden away, like, behind secret walls or something. I mean, I could probably tell more if I got down there and used Detect Magic.
So you're saying we need to go in?
Yeah, probably. And without somebody showing up, I was kind of hoping that somebody was going to show up, and then I could look like them and be like, yo, dude, I'm sorry I left my badge, blah, blah, blah. Do you mind if I come back in and look for it or something like that, But it doesn't seem like anybody's going to come by because, how much traffic can a little tiny bookstore like this really have in a day?
Well, it's about to have 4 more visitors, I can tell you that.
Yeah, yeah. So, but I don't see a way in other than super charming the guy inside, and it's not really my thing.
It's not my thing either.
So,
I mean, I could hold him, not like with my arms, but like with my mind. But that still wouldn't get him to open the door. And I don't think Gwen's strong enough to open the door for us. So,
You want to break in.
no, I mean, I'd rather just kind of ask.
you could definitely give it a shot.
He wants to break in.
I'm letting you guys do what you think you need to do before I'm just gonna successfully do what I'm gonna do.
I like the confidence.
What if we?
I mean, does anybody else feel more confident in their ability to get inside by asking?
What
Do you want me to?
I mean, granted, it's not access everywhere,
I don't know, something about it being an illegal bookshelf, bookstore place makes it seem like maybe they wouldn't be all on the up and up with the legality of having, fantasy cops coming inside. So,
I mean, all I'm saying is it doesn't seem like a bookshop right now, does it?
I mean, no, but we also don't exactly have probable cause. I mean, it's just an empty warehouse. So,
If we're here to arrest the shadiness that this building holds, who has empty basements? This is pointless business.
I don't know. I'll go knock and see what he has to say. And if that doesn't work, then I guess we'll go from there. I mean, I would rather not like break down this poor guy's door and fuck up his whole business if there's nothing actually bad happening. Because, I mean, if they're just selling books about pre-Empire history, I mean, where's the real harm in that?
The Empire killing them?
I mean, yeah, the harm is coming from the Empire, not from them.
Yeah, so that's why they probably don't want anyone in there. You're up,
All right.
Shelly. Get after it.
I will go. I head over there and knock, knock, knock. And
Okay.
I've got my detect magic.
Okay.
Is the door magical?
Well, no, because Shelly tried doing detect magic like down the alleyway at the door last week, and the door itself was not magical. Trying to think how to adjudicate something. Um,
Looking through the hole.
so you walk up to the door, which you're gonna expose you to some harm here. You walk up to this door, you knock, 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 and there's a brief pause. And if you flashed into Gwen, you'd see the bouncer kind of standing himself up and walking over the door real quick. It doesn't take long. He's like right there. And this little like eye slidey thing slides open, and you see a faint glow around like the inside edge of the ice slidey thing that I have to double check this goal. Make an Arcana check for me real quick.
Oh no, guys, the door is magical.
Whoa!
Oh, nat 20, baby. Hell yeah.
So you recognize this particular aura of magic that's like faintly around the inside perimeter of this ISOD thing as the same kind of magic that was at Bardolphus's house.
So like a illusion that might be tied to like an object that allows you to see.
Yeah.
Okay, dokie.
So the bouncer slides open the ice slot. You catch that aura real quick, and it registers as familiar. You're like, I've seen that before. I know what that is. And he asks for your library card.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. I know, please just give me a second to explain. See, I have a friend who lives in the area, but she's real sick and she couldn't come down herself, and she's like under quarantine, so like I couldn't get the card from her. But she told me because I'm visiting from really far away and I couldn't just, postpone everything, even though this dome is down, I have stuff to do that I have to get to.
He
And-
interrupts you with like a grunt, kind of like a sponsorship form.
Could I get one of those? Like, do you have them? And I could go get it filled out?
No form, no card, no entry. Slide says slide.
But, damn it. Okay. I'll go back over to the others and I'll be like, so breaking down the door is not gonna help, cause it's like the place with the guy's house where the charm thingy lets you see the right place to get in the door, and otherwise you go into the wrong place.
Bardolphus's house
Yeah, so breaking down the door is just going to take us to the wrong place. So we really need to get like a library card or a sponsorship form.
And I'm guessing you didn't find them?
No. I mean, maybe we could ask the guy at the wax seal shop. Maybe he's got them. Because it is this same building. And, I don't see any other. Any. I mean, I could be Finn again. Finn again.
I'm not spinning.
No, I mean Finn Cresswell. I could be Finn again. Repeat of Finn. Um,
That's quite offensive.
uh,
So what you're saying is, it's my turn.
what I'm saying is that unless we have the library card, we're not going to get into it at all. Because
So
we'll
if-
just end up in the
So
wrong.
if it's just like Bardolphus, me using this medallion here would not gain me entrance. After
Not
the doors.
unless. The thing is that it's probably key to a specific enchantment. So just because you have an enchantment that works for Bardolphus's house doesn't mean that you have an enchantment that will work for this particular spell.
It's true.
I mean, it might.
but
You
we
can try.
We haven't tried it though.
You can try and you can be like, yo, I'm on cult business and see if maybe they got the hook up there.
Dope. I'm in.
Go for it.
I go over there. And
I'm gonna cast guidance on him as he leaves.
just go over there and I'm just gonna knock on the door. I'll be switched into my full like cult gear that I found, and still have, and put the necklace on and whatnot.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna knock on the door.
Slides open. You see a pair of eyes appear in the ice slit thing. There's a brief pause. Library card.
I believe I'm sponsored by Bardolphus. I would like to gain entry, please.
You got your form.
I do. It's right here. I'm gonna look at the man and try to charm him.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Watching as Gwen.
Let me. What's the spell save? Blade.
It's only a 15
Only 50.
wisdom save. Guidance does not help me. Unless he's at a disadvantage because he got no. I mean, I would assume that if you're guarding a place magically, he would be definitely well trained for mind tricks, but always a chance.
Mhm.
Always. I mean, you don't have to be a big oaf. Just make sure you don't open the door. Surprise! This oaf is also a succubus. They guard everything. They guard everything.
Everything. No. Yeah.
Greater vampire, you can't charm him.
It's a gelatinous cube. It can't be charmed.
Okay. But you said it's a wisdom save, right?
Wisdom 15.
Okay. That should be. So that failed.
Woo!
No, I'm sorry.
Oh,
What?
It double rolled. The first roll succeeded.
oh,
Aw.
oh.
Trying to
You
charm.
put my hopes up just to squander them. That's really mean, Kim.
I'm sorry. I didn't. I looked straight to the bottom and then I saw there was 2 results and went, well, wait a second.
And since I know it failed, instinctually,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna see if I can put the end of my staff through the hole before it closes it.
Okay.
Trying to poke his eyes out or some shit.
Let's
Unless he
go
gets unless he gets a
for-
reaction. If we want to go like turn by turn, then that's totally fine. Before we do that,
Tempted to say that's what happens, but let's,
I assume since he saved, he would have a reaction. For that.
yeah, I'm just double checking something real quick. Try to.
Your ass kicked.
He casts fireball through the hole at me. I die.
Charmed. Okay, so it doesn't explicitly like charm person doesn't say that they know that you attempted to charm them. They just shake it off. So I'm gonna say he doesn't get a reaction, but you do have to. Let's see, it would be like sleight of hand, I guess, to try to like quickly get the staff in there.
Sure.
Either that or athletics. Sleight of hand or athletics, whichever you'd rather.
They're the exact same, so it does not matter. And then guidance, because that's like what, a D4.
Yeah.
That's totally gonna help. I got a 12. Can I put the stick in the hole?
Let's see. You do manage to slip it in there, like goes to slam it shut real quick, and you just it in up into the spot, and you've got it wedged in there, but I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish.
I am going to cast.
That's you. I'm assuming Shelly backed up. You're at the door here. This is what we're looking like.
See, I want to do it, but I'm not sure it's gonna work at all.
Well,
Only one way to know.
I want to dispel magic. The enchantment on the door, or the.
you can try it. It would be.
Because I'm in their realm as well, so I was wondering if it would deactivate one of the door entryways. Is my logic of it.
Okay, but
Or is that not? Would that not be plausible?
well, there is like magic embedded into this doorway, this door frame, like the interior threshold of the door frame. So you could attempt to dispel it. Or that is something that you can do. So you would have to make an ability. You have to make a wisdom check. See if you successfully dispel it. It doesn't seem like it took effect.
Damn.
Because the DC is 10 plus the level
Spell.
of the spell. So even if it was a level 1, you wouldn't have made it. Unfortunately.
Obviously.
So you cast Dispel Magic, you pop it off. It doesn't seem like you don't hear any kind of like fading, like there's no kind of response that would
it says just the DC equal to 10 plus spell level for Dispel Magic.
Yeah, that is including the +4. Or no, it's just a straight spellcasting ability check. So it wouldn't include. At least it doesn't seem like it says it would.
It says for each spell of 4th level or higher on the target, take an ability check using your spellcasting.
Yeah, and then the DC is 10 plus the spell slot.
So that didn't work.
Nope.
Finnegan's getting slowly irritated by his effective plan coming unraveled.
So at this point, the bouncer has grabbed the end of the staff that you've shoved through this opening, and is attempting to pull the staff out of your hand.
I'm going to try to charm him. Oh wait, I can't charm him.
So you can go ahead and that'll work. You can go ahead and make a contested strength check to try to hold on to it. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Bouncer, for rolling a natural 1 on your strength check.
Oh, thank God.
This bouncer is apparently not as buff as they appear through the eyes of a giant, teeny tiny spider. So they attempt to pull it through, and you yank back, and you seem to kind of like jostle it out of their hands. And for now, at least, you've got a firm hold on it still. Are you gonna keep it in wedges in the slot, or are you gonna pull it back out, or what are you doing?
I am going to. I'm probably going to try to pull it out and give a charm person one last try. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna break the door down, even though I know it's not gonna help. Finnegan's just gonna get very frustrated if he's not able to get inside this door that like he planned on and look as awesome as he thought he was gonna be.
Oh,
His pride's on the line now.
Okay, so you pull the staff out, and then you're gonna try to fire off.
Charm person.
Shelly throws a hold
No,
person.
it was a joke.
Oh, that was a joke. Okay,
It was
I
a
was
joke.
like, I don't know why you didn't just say that out loud.
No, it was a joke.
Okay, that's fine. Never mind. That doesn't happen. I was like, that's not a bad idea, honestly, at this point. But so you pull the staff out, and you're gonna have to try to get this charmed person off before they slam the eye hole shut.
We
You have to be
roll
able to-
initiative.
Yeah, basically, that's what we're gonna have to do. To see if you get to go first or not.
Nope, he goes first. he definitely goes. Oh wait, no, nat one. Yes.
Did not roll a nat 1, unfortunately. So they get the eye holes slapped
No,
shut.
I'm Finnegan. I get to re-roll on nat ones.
Oh,
I got a 12.
they still beat you. They rolled a 14.
Damn it. That's fine. It worked out the way it was gonna work out. I failed.
So they slam the eye slit shut on you, and you're just kind of standing there. Everyone else is at the end of the alley, kind of doing the like Scooby-Doo lean over the hallway stacked vertically kind of thing, watching this unfold, just like, oh god.
is good. Is Finnegan going to do something irrational?
I don't know. You're the. That is up to you.
I'd say no. You know your character.
All that would do is permanently lock us out of there.
Or at least Finnegan, anyway. Assuming they don't pack up and move out of fear of getting their door busted down.
Okay. Finnegan's gonna leave in a huff. Well, guys, he's not that strong, but he definitely is very resistant to being persuaded.
Damn it, shoot.
But
You know what I've heard?
if I do break the door down, it will not lead us to the right passageway we want. So that plan's out the window as well.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna have to resort to some desperate measures there for a second. Cause like we can't let that like the stick is kind of important, right?
I mean, I mean, our our employer said so.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I thought I was gonna have to like and bamf in there and take it back or something. So I'm glad I don't have to do that because that would kind of ruin our chances of getting in there for real.
I mean, you could bamf in there, and you didn't.
Yeah, sure. What good would it do if it's a different place?
Well, I mean, if you bamfed in there, you wouldn't have got it back. If that's the wrong place.
She'd still be able. They'd still be able to vamp in there with the person.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that dude is sitting in the wrong place because we can see it. Right? If we can see into it, then that's the place where we are.
Well, no, then I'd better go check it out.
No, because
Right?
it we were able to see in with the people, but we wouldn't be able to actually enter the house if we didn't have the ability to enter the house. So,
No, I thought that if we weren't attuned to it, that we couldn't see the people in the right side of the house.
well, when you have to, we had to open the door for other people to get in if they didn't have the necklace.
Yeah.
So unless they open the door from the other side, we wouldn't be able to get into where the guard is.
Oh, yeah, because if he opens the door, hey. I mean, I guess we could test that.
What? Opening the
Well-
door from the other side?
Yeah.
Please show me how you're going to open the door from the other side.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to go into Gwen's site. And by the way, if I do this, then either it's gonna go real good or real bad. But I might need to like
I guidance her.
take a little break after this because it's gonna be kind of exhausting. But I'm gonna go into Gwen's eyes, right?
Sure, yeah.
And because I can see him through Gwen's eyes, I'm going to
Right.
cast Hold Person on him.
Was it just on a person you can see?
60 feet.
Okay.
So I'll get closer if I need to. In fact, I need to get within 30 feet anyway. So I'll go like on the other side of the wall.
Me and her will sneak along the wall to like right around there.
So you're gonna try to get like there-ish, right around the corner, kind of a thing.
Okay. I'm there to protect the blind deaf turtle.
Yep.
Sure.
Yep. So Hold Person, Wisdom only a 13.
Mmm.
Okay.
That's a wizard for you.
Yeah. Well, no, that's a Warlock spell.
That's a warlocky wizard spell. You're gonna cast it 4 times in a row, hoping it eventually fails.
Oh no.
You said it was a 13.
Yeah.
They rolled 13 exactly.
Damn it. Alright, well, I'm gonna do it anyway, so just be ready to run if this doesn't work.
Run in or
And
like inside the door?
no, away.
Uh,
This guy probably hurts if he hits you, so
I mean, if he can hit me before I kill him, but that's not the problem right now.
let's not kill random civilians who are just doing their jobs.
He's not
We
random.
don't know if he's like evil.
I mean,
It's okay.
it's a black market shop. He's not
And then like
upholding the law.
it looks like sea foam just comes up around Shelly, and then they disappear. And I'm going to Misty Step into the room
You have to be able to see. Oh, because you're
because
looking
I'm
through.
using Gwen.
You can. I was like, you have to be able to see where you're going with Missy Step, but you can because of the spider sight.
And
So
I'm gonna right inside the door,
right
and
inside
I'm
the
going
door,
to open the door.
and you're gonna open the
Be
door.
like, bye.
Okay.
Well,
and then
if this is happening, I'm definitely walking into the room, and I'm
The question is, does it work? Is he in that version that I bamf into?
Ooh. How would
But-
that?
I feel like there was. Let's
You're the DM. You're the DM. You tell us.
let's step back one misty step. You're talking out this plan. You're like, okay, so I'm gonna hold person, and then if hold person, whether it works or not, I'm gonna misty step into the room, and then I'm gonna open the door, and we're gonna find out whether I bamfed into the empty basement room or the not empty basement room, and yeah, like that's where
Yeah.
you're.
That's her thought process. Definitely.
That's Shelly's thought process. So I feel like you may be misremembering how Bardolphus's house worked, which you should be pretty familiar with because you came in and out of it a bunch of times and this, that, and the other thing. So the version of the house that you're in is the version of the house that you would let people into, right? The like specific designated people like Becky could freely move between the two versions of the house. That's why when she first answered the door for you, you saw the quaint little cottage until she let you into the real house, right? Which you had the necklace and like let you in, and you know, if you had the library card, you'd walk right into the real bookstore. If you don't have a library card, you walk into empty basement. The bouncer is in either place by default, right? So
Schrodinger's bounce.
bouncer is in empty basement until he decides to let someone into not empty basement. So if you just bamf in and open the door, you're
Empty
pretty
basement.
confident that it wouldn't be the not empty basement.
That's what I was thinking. But that was the conversation we were having, is that there was confusion about what that would be.
Yeah.
And so I was like, well, let's find out.
Okay.
But
So I'm just because you did it like there was a couple times where like Lucy wound up in the little house, and as far as Lucy was concerned, the little house was real. Everything was tangible. You could sleep on the beds and stuff, and like there was some back and forth thing between the two of them. And if you had the necklace, you could freely come in and out to the right house. If you didn't have it, you were only going into the wrong house unless somebody in the right house let you into the right house. So
Right.
if the bouncer is in the right bookstore, he can let you into the right bookstore. If he's in the wrong bookstore, he'll let you into the wrong bookstore. If you bamf in, you're gonna bamf into whatever space he's in on that landing, and you're basically rolling the dice for which space he's in. More than likely, not the space you're hoping for.
I wouldn't even think that there would be the chance of being in the right one because I'm seeing from Gwen's eyes
That it
the
was
wrong
empty.
one.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, that's what I thought was going to happen. But because we were having the conversation about whether that might actually not be true,
Mhm.
that was
mean,
the solution. But
I just like if in character you're like I'm pretty sure this is gonna work and you want to do it, you can do it. I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page as players because I was like I thought I explained that, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I wasn't clear. So I wanted to make sure that everybody understood in out, item no item, yes no. It's very convoluted on purpose.
Yeah.
But it's too convoluted if you don't remember how it works.
So what do you think, Finn?
Well, I mean, technically, all we need is him, right?
Sure.
Because if he can let people in and out, all we have to do is convince him to let us in.
Right. He doesn't seem to be the convincible type, though.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure with enough tries and enough effort, our group could definitely make him co- convinced that he should definitely let us in.
Around this time, Lucy's gonna try to signal y'all over a bit annoyingly. Like, come back here.
I
Both
will,
of you, come back
I,
here.
I will telepathically talk to him. What's up?
I'm not sure. Like, you can ask Shelly, but I'm pretty sure yesterday we were interrogating people into having a way in. Why are we being so impatient about it?
Oh, that's because I want in now.
Well, patience. Get back over here.
I kind of just go with whatever everybody else wants to do. I don't. I'm weak-willed. Sorry.
Our interrogator kind of took off on his own.
But in the meantime, though, I do want to try something and have if there's like, what's the bouncer guy wearing?
Good question. It seems to be in.
Like, does he have like a hooded cloak on or anything like that, or?
No, just kind of like nicer, but still commoner clothing and leather. It looks like it might be leather armor on the underneath.
Is there a place where Gwen could safely hitch a ride and not get squished when he like leans back in his chair or something, where he's not gonna see her and she can just kind of like be wherever he is?
Ah.
Okay. Teleport travel. Okay.
You're getting sneaky. I like it. Can you make that happen? I would say you'd have to make another stealth check. And since you're actually going to be like
Wouldn't that be like
crawling on this guy.
more sleight of hand though? Because you're trying to.
Why are you trying to make this harder for me?
I'm just like, you're actually physically encroaching on his actual space, and that'd be more.
I had that thought, but it's still a spider, which is really small, so it's not gonna be like a huge tactile. You're not gonna feel it like a person in your pocket.
Like,
It's like in a fold of his leathers or something.
Yeah, it seemed like it would still be kind of a stealth thing to go unnoticed as it kind of like slips down a strand down onto his back and just sort of slips into a leather or something.
Oh.
That's fair. DM has convinced me of her thought process. I'll allow it.
I did not roll good though.
That spider's going to get smashed. But she has
Maybe
guidance.
not. Does the spider have guidance?
The spider doesn't have guidance.
But
Yeah, I don't think that
if you
works.
are the spider, does that
I'm not the
count?
spider.
No.
I'm just in her head.
Yeah. Good effort though. I appreciate
tried.
it.
I
Gotta
tried.
try. You gotta try.
Don't
It's your
kill the
advantage
spider.
because I'm helping.
Well, you don't know. The guy might just grab it and gently put it on the window
really?
and wave it off.
Is that what you do to spiders that are on you?
I'm arachnophobic, so no. We
Okay.
don't know if the bouncer is or not.
Most people instinctually kill.
I mean, he's crawling up his back, so
Just lean back and squish. Oh, that's gonna be a costly reshuffle.
50 gold down the tube. No, I guess it's only 10. 10 gold.
Okay.
If she
that
gets
was-
squished.
So you were sneaking up from behind, whether like down from the ceiling or so I rolled at a disadvantage. The bouncer still managed to notice the spider. You kind of goes for like a shoo action rather than a smack action. Tries to just kind of like brush the spider off. So
That's
That's fortunate.
AC
of
of
you.
12.
AC's 12.
Not non-lethal.
Yeah.
The shoeing hit, non-lethal.
Okay, so the bouncer does shoo the spider off. You need to make a let's see.
Acrobatics.
Yeah, to like land somewhat safely. Because you're a spider, so you're falling from however high up on his shoulder you are, so that like translate to fall damage 1d6 per 6 inches instead of 6 feet or something.
When he
Jesus.
does that, do I have time to bamf her back into the pocket dimension?
Since you were actively in her senses, I would say yeah. As soon as you see the hand sweeping towards you, you could potentially get away with that.
I would like to do that then, because I would rather not spend 10 gold to bring her back.
Okay.
So greedy.
I mean, I totally don't want my familiar to die because that's painful and traumatic, and that would not be good.
Yeah.
She doesn't remember the death. She never remembers them. Or
I
it.
remember.
Very
You're-
sensible.
You were the one who caused its death. You should.
And the familiars do um, remember that. Like if you mistreat a familiar, they know. They learn. They don't forget. Um, so you do manage to bamf Gwen out of there, and let's see if okay. So yeah, that's where you're at currently.
Okie dokie.
That was a good idea though, because then when somebody did get let in at some point later, if you were paying attention, you'd potentially piggyback into the right space. Like that was a good thought process.
And then I
like
could have Gwen hide in the right spot and then bamf to where she is while the bouncer's in bed or something.
Mm,
I like your thought process. Good try.
yeah, no, that's leveraging what you got available. I like. I just couldn't quite connect the two ends
Yeah.
of the string.
Well, I guess this is either going to have to be something that we try with other techniques, or it's gonna be a dead end. Cause
Or we gotta find a sponsor.
yeah, I feel like if we push this much farther, we're gonna end up getting locked out forever.
Let's not.
We could always just try to break the door down and try to snatch him.
That's no.
That wouldn't help anything.
I'm telling you, if we have him, we can get in.
We're not
all-
breaking the
All
law.
we need, is
Listen,
the guards.
Czar isn't here, and I don't really think we need to be breaking more fingers.
Yeah, taking the joint bending playbook.
I would not do any medicine checks on this fellow. Trust me.
I don't know that what's in here is important enough to validate the kind of extreme measures that people think that we tend to employ.
Well, I think it might be valuable enough, but we would actually want to get in there successfully without causing a problem.
I mean, we
Because
could.
we actually want access to the books.
Yeah. Czar asked both the guy that works here and the guy that works at the package store down the road to send him information if they happen to want to share back at the inn.
Mhm.
I don't know if he's gotten word about that yet. And other than that, we could probably try to find a sponsor or something, but I don't really know who we would go to for that.
So you're saying we need to find someone super shady, but that we don't know is shady, that also has connections with this black market bookstore
Like,
that might have.
Doesn't necessarily have to be shady. Just someone who's an avid collector.
yeah, I mean, somebody who is a collector is important because if it's just an academic, they might use public books at the archive. But somebody who has an interest in pre-empire history and has enough dough to fucking drop on some moldy ass books.
So much reverence for the history. Moldy ass books in the bookshop.
I mean, I've got the oldest book in the world right here, so. So I don't know what you guys want to try to do. That was my shot, and I shot it, and it didn't work, but that's cool.
I shot my shot multiple times and missed all of them, so I can understand that.
It was a good effort though.
So did anybody in the archive seem like the collectors type or just academic types when I was there?
Who did we learn about the bookstore from? Why do I keep wanting to say bookshelf?
It was from the very first guy we met after we got into town and asked about. Kinley was the only one that stayed behind to talk to.
Yeah, you were like, where do we get information? And we're like, the archive, and they started taking it, and everyone else was like, great, thanks, bye. We're like, but yeah, it was just sort of like a random passerby who mentioned that there were some other bookshops in town that trade in that kind of information. You know, whispers of places and things.
This is when we need someone who's actually good at collecting information, which is not Kinley because she's all book based. She's not social butterfly information person.
I mean, if we're not able to get in relatively soon, spending more time in this town instead of trying to stop cultists, it's just going to put us even further behind catching them.
We need to spend time in this place to find more information than the cultists, though. Wasn't that the point?
I mean, no. We were just trying to
already
get
have-
away from that guy.
We have places we need to go to from what Kinley has on the map. So, I mean, we have places and things to do.
I mean, we did learn stuff being here. It was useful coming here. It's just if we can learn more before we have to leave, would be a lot helpful. Because who knows if we're going to have the chance to get any real knowledge.
It's true. It would have been nicer if I got more time, you know, swimming in that giant well, possibly finding more stuff down there. But you know what? We had to move on, didn't we?
Yeah, we'll be back later.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, possibly.
We actually came out minus some stuff.
So I had to go and tick off a demon.
Lost a crowbar.
I mean, who really looks
Shame.
in our inventories anyway?
Is it really our inventory though? Are you gonna replace Silverheart's crowbar that you have left behind in the water?
Was it Silverhearts?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, there's still a crowbar in there. How many crowbars does one guy need?
I mean, apparently needs at least one because he's not able to get in the dome without one.
Somebody should tell him about that thing. Be like, you can get in and get your crowbar at the same time.
pretty sure that's not what he's looking for. Anyways.
I say
But yeah,
we
if you-
give it the day. If we can't find anyone to sponsor us within the day, we probably should move on to more important places.
Yeah, we
tomorrow
could go hit up Vinewood. And hey, who knows? Maybe we can find a sponsor in a different town where they aren't so immediately suspicious that
Maybe.
we're trying to get in the door.
Either way, I'm gonna head back to the archives and like, see if I can find someone who's more interested in being a collector and has more
Hey, could you-
information about the bookshop.
Did
Just
you also get a library card? Because he was asking about a library card. Be sure to get one while you're there.
I think it's a special library card they're looking for.
Yeah, but if you ask for a library card, maybe they'll be like, what kind of library card are you into? And you can be like, actually, one that gives me access to super secret places. That would be awesome.
I was wanting the VIP library card if I
The-
could.
The
executive-
VI Platinum.
Well, I was getting a library card from the library anyways, apparently, so they checked my credentials.
Oh, yeah, they're not going to
Wait.
give you a library card. You're a keeper. Not the good library card.
Yeah.
Why are y'all looking at me like that? You know what I Anyway, I'm gonna go buy some ink. I'll I'll meet you guys at the archive.
I mean, there's nothing really in the archive for me. It's just a bunch of hearsay from what someone else's mind.
Hearsay from
I-
who
I-
say?
I need more, gathered information to be worthwhile for me. I'm probably just gonna head back to the inn until you guys have further information. You'll find me
Okay.
drinking
Don't get
my
too drunk.
sorrows away.
Don't get so sloppy drunk that you make mistakes. Make
Hey.
good choices.
If I can get drunk off their alcohol, that means I have not drank enough moonshine in my lifetime.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I think I'm about to get chewed out by Czar.
Uh-oh.
He's typing.
Uh-oh.
He's typing from his sickbed. I think
Well,
he's about to get
I'll be
mad
right
at
back.
BRB, my mom's calling.
Lordy.
But,
Well, I don't
So you're
really
gonna
have
head
here.
back to the inn. You're gonna head off and buy your ink. Kinley's gonna head off to the archive to poke about that a little bit more. Lucy, what would you like to do? You can stay here. You can cross the bridge back over to Animus and chit chat with some of those artsy fartsy types. You can, get up to whatever you'd like to get up to.
She's not really artsy
Artsy,
fartsy type.
Artsy fartsy.
Go get a hobby.
A hobby.
Shit.
A hobby.
Go get a hobby. Lame-o.
That's harsh.
Uh,
It was
That's-
hilarious
that-
though.
that
That
was
was-
not what I. That is not what I was laughing hysterically at. I'm sorry. It's not. No, that I'm sorry.
Is it because of what Czar text sent you a message was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like
Wait.
okay.
Did they even talk to the other people being like artsy and stuff yet?
I
Yeah.
got some
Oh,
charcoal.
Yeah, you stopped in a shop and bought some pastel color, like a charcoal set in pastel
That's
colors.
what the problem was. Gwen is bright red.
Yeah, should have used black.
Damn it.
Super stealthy.
So, did he bet you out? Did he have a complaint?
No, it was a like if anything happens, do X, Y, and Z. It was just kind of a guide to NPCing Czar for the evening.
Worst
but it
case
was very
scenario.
funny.
Well, I mean, we kind of... I mean, I know Zara wanted some information last time, so... Or put out feelers, so... I don't know if we got any information back.
Well, I know where to find you if someone comes with information at the end.
Yeah, I can have Lucy like walking around the Animus since she walked around.
Get
Whatever
snatched. Get
this is.
snatched by the cult. Get snatched by the cult. Get snatched by the cult. get
Says the
snatched
guy
by
who's
cult.
still wearing his cultist gear.
Yeah, I am. No big deal.
Since she walked around Citra, she's probably gonna.
Cult pride, boo! Yes, just
Yeah!
walking around throwing horns. Cult pride, boo!
Jeez.
That's a good plan. Maybe that'll work. Maybe that'll.
Bardolphus MVP. Bardolphus MVP.
Oh, God.
Somebody shush you, be like, I'm trying to read here.
There's two ways to swing performance, right? There's selling it and then there's selling it, and that's what we're going for.
Stellar.
Okay. So, Lucy, you work your way over the double bridge, the little island in the middle of the lake there, back into Animus, stroll around. You see that it's a much more laid back atmosphere, just sort of a natural side effect of being more of like an art commune. They're laid back, they're very kind of casual and happy to just kind of mosey about, whereas in Centura, they're all very kind of like they have a schedule that they're keeping and they're very focused on what they're doing. And while the artists and things, if they're working on a painting or a drawing or something, they're focused. They're still very. They're not like overly involved in what they're doing. They're still they're willing to engage in conversation if you want to chit chat with them, and they're just kind of hanging out and taking in the inspiration around them and blah blah blah. I know I'm being very stereotypical of artists, and they're going to be all like, "That's not how it is, but."
Wow, this is how it's gonna be
Where's the crippling anxiety? uh, at first she's probably just gonna walk around and check things out. Uh, doing a first walkthrough and like see if there's not anything that's catching her eyes or stuff.
Okay, so you kind of wander about town. You see there's a lot of artist supply shops, right? Paint shops, charcoal, paper, canvas, all those kinds of stuff. There's shops that are selling sculptor's tools, wood carving tools, gem crafter tools, like you name it. If it's an art form or an artisan discipline, they've got the tools and supplies and raw materials. You can buy, a 5x5 block block of marble if you want to start chiseling away at a statue. Um,
Okay.
like they've got
Hobby.
anything you could need for that sort of uh, physical art discipline. And then just kind of moseying about town. Why? There you go. After a little bit of that kind of random stuff, just nothing really overly piquing your interest, you do take notice of a shop that you think might be of interest to the group. You see what's advertised as a tattoo parlor, and you're like, oh, hey, that's kind of what like Shelly does.
Sar's gonna like that.
So they're just kind of chilling in town over here, and you kind of take note of where they are, unless you want to go in and chat with them. Um, and you just kind of moseying about town, and you can stop people and ask them questions and whatever as you want to. You just let me know. So Shelly, you are in this ink shop. Do you want to just do the transaction? Do you want to try to engage a shopkeeper, or do you want to just buy your ink and bounce?
I will attempt to purchase, say, 200 gold worth of special ink.
Mhm.
And then I will, while I've got my giant bag of gold and platinum out, counting out all of my monies, be like, so, I heard that there is a place that I might have some interest in as a collector of rare goods and specialty inks and papers and books. But I heard I need to get a sponsor for it, and I was wondering if you might know where I could find somebody who would be willing to sponsor a friendly neighborhood turtle like myself.
Straight to the point.
Yeah, I think
Listen, the roundabout has
earlier.
not been working, so
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I think earlier lack of success has sort of blunted Shelly's approach a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little. Um, you can go for a persuasion check.
Slash intimidation.
No.
I mean, if you want to try to intimidate, it doesn't really feel like
Intimidate him.
Shelly's style, but you can if you want to.
I mean they're all a +2, so one
it
does
doesn't-
not gain any sort of benefit than another.
I mean, one would make them more hostile.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's not Shelly's style.
Chug it out.
Okay, I got a big fat 0 in all of those. So
Yeah. Just a fun fact. The DC, like when when you engage with an NPC in a social situation, the DC to persuade them, deceive them, intimidate them, like those aren't all the same. Some people are more susceptible to being intimidated. Some people are more susceptible to being,
That's fair.
like buttered up. If you just kind of like schmooze them, they'll be more pliable. I don't just like this NPC is a 10 and everything's a 10 and like I try to be more flexible. But anyway, just a fun fact for anyone who needs to know. So you drop that on your ink seller, and he's just like, well, you said as a collector. I don't think the archive sells. They mainly collect. They do a lot of renting.
Yeah, no, I've been to the archive. I was looking for stuff that's a little bit more old. And I actually heard about this place called like the Bound Memory. That sounded really cool, but that's where I don't have the credentials to get in, and I was hoping that maybe you would know who could do sponsorships.
Huh.
We're gonna just expose this entire like dark secret we're having book collecting to the whole fucking world.
Of course.
It's fun.
Is there
This
a
is-
newspaper outlet here? We definitely need to have an interview.
This is the mountain all over again. So, have you heard about the demon on the top of the mountain? 'Cause there's a demon on the top of the mountain. I'm sorry, what? Just kind of like, well, I don't know about all that. I would imagine that's way outside of my price range if you're talking about something of that rarity. I wouldn't find myself in the business of procuring such things.
That's fair. It seems like it's gonna be kind of hard to find, so But I just thought I'd ask, cause you seem like you do some good business here with inks, and maybe they need some there. But all right. Well, thanks for your help, and thank you for the ink. It's super awesome, and I will think of you when I'm writing my next spells. Thank you.
You're
Aw.
welcome.
What kind of spells? Is it a negative or a positive?
Yeah. Am I getting cursed here? Is this going
No, no,
bad?
no, no. I just mean because we're acquaintances now.
You're
Hi,
in
my
her
name's
life.
Shelly. Who are you?
You're in her life forever.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
I like making friends everywhere I go.
Stitching your skin into her.
This is not good enough. Wrong campaign was good.
Reaches over. Uh, Frederick.
Frederick. Awesome.
I'll remember it forever.
Frederick the ink guy.
Generally, it's just Frederick, but I suppose I ink. I ink.
I mean, no, it's really nothing bad. I like to meet people as I travel, and I travel a lot. There's this really cool girl named Kaylin out in Victoria, and she runs the Stony Express. And like, I just like to meet people and learn who they are, and then talk to them, and then we're all buddies. The world is so big, and I like to make it a little bit smaller by saying hi to everybody.
Getting rid of the others that I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about being the ink guy. He's a little
Oh.
more like prim.
I'm sorry, I
more-
didn't mean to offend you. I didn't realize that was weird, because like I always get named things just based on what I do or what I look like, so I thought that was normal. I'm sorry. What, do you have a different name you like to go by, or just Frederick?
No, just Frederick is fine. I,
Okay.
we're acquaintances now. I don't think we're on quite friendlier terms than that just yet.
That's fair. I'll send you a birthday card though.
When's his birthday? Are you gonna send it on your birthday? How does this work?
I'm gonna guess.
Okay.
Happy birthday!
March 15th. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Anyway, you have a wonderful day. I'm sorry for offending you and for causing any amount of discomfort based on the level of familiarity that I displayed with you. I apologize.
That's quite all right. That's quite all right.
Oh.
Yes. Do have a great day.
If I come back through this town, I'll be sure to hit you up for some more ink, because I'm sure that I'm going to need it. A wizard's work is never done.
Indeed. Safe studies, I suppose.
All right, bye. I'll just walk
Bye
out.
bye. My goodness.
That's why I asked. I kind of felt like you were gonna want to. You rarely don't engage with the shopkeepers. So.
Why not? If you're gonna make them, I'm gonna engage with them.
Well, it's a bit of a chicken and an egg problem, because you want to engage with them, so I make them, but then you engage with them because I made them, so it's a bit of a whose fault is it really?
You put an N out, like it's literally just a robot. Literally only functions are producing what you want. That's it.
Mhm.
that's how you're gonna have to create a campaign.
Yeah. Next town is going to be run by artificers who built constructs that run all of their shops, and none of them have a personality.
There you go. Problem solved
I
with
just-
Problem
Kelly.
solved.
I just want to say that my notes now say Frederick the ink guy, not the ink guy.
Yeah, that feels on brand.
No,
Um,
it should say Frederick the Ink Guy crossed out just Frederick, literally in quotes, just Frederick.
Yeah.
Oh hey, it's just Frederick.
Okay. So Kinley is off to the archive to kind of eavesdrop on people, I guess, or kind of try to
Eavesdrop. Well, I mean, she's not very social, so eavesdropping would probably be the best thing for her to do.
or you're just trying to kind of get a vibe if anything seems kind of
Yeah, try.
maybe more creepy.
Oh, I'm gonna change servers.
You know, we're getting
Gonna try and find any rumors of collectors.
okay. So let's see. You're going to.
Just go to the rich people's houses. That's where they have the money to blow. Invade a rich person's house. Hey, you. I need you to sponsor me. Now. And they just drag Czar into the room.
Okay. So you kind of mosey about the archive a little bit, perusing the stacks, glancing at some titles, flipping a few open, giving them some reads, kind of just reading the room at the same time, trying to see if you spot anybody who looks like they might be in the ballpark of what you're interested in. Go ahead and make an insight check for me.
All right, one insight check coming up. Bum-ba-dum-ba-da. Insight.
That's pretty good. So you do spot a couple of people in the library that seem more noble in nature, just kind of the general way they carry themselves, and you know what a more well-off person looks like because you are one.
Yeah.
So like, you recognize it in others decently well. So you do spot a few people who look like they might have the means to potentially invest in those kinds of collectibles.
I'm gonna, since they're in here, listen to what kind of conversations they got. Yeah, try and eavesdrop a little bit. Or not, just grab a book, sit near them, do that nonchalant reading thing.
Mm-hmm. So you spend a good amount of time kind of slowly working your way from person to person, just sort of, what you reading? How's it going? That kind of little small talky
Yeah.
type stuff.
That's about as much as she could do. I mean, she'd be like, "Oh, is it an interesting book? What is it?"
Yeah, that kind of thing. You get kind of just the general politeness back from a couple of them. One of them very kind of rudely shuts you down and just like, excuse me.
Rude.
But one does strike you as potentially up the alley. You can tell that the books that he's got stacked up next to him came from the older end of the archive.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're not from the restricted section like you've been up into, but they're at least from like that end of the building.
Yep.
So.
All right. So I would talk, kind of chat him up a little bit. Ask him about like rarer books and that doesn't seem to be a lot of like things I haven't read before here already.
Okay.
Kind of like I'm looking for something to fill in my knowledge gaps, especially older knowledge.
Oh, I know. It's so hard to find good information. Like, I wish I could get up in the restricted section at some point. I'm sure it's just a wealth of information. I do the best I can down here, but like the only ones you can, every once in a while you find somebody who's old enough that their records are in this section, but they date back to before because they're just that old. But it's so hard. It's like a needle in a haystack.
Well, I mean, I've been up the restricted area, and it's moderately good, but it's still a lot of hearsay knowledge, nothing concrete, nothing too old empire that really delves back too much, and that's the kind of knowledge, it's so hard to find as a historian. It's like,
I know. We do the best we can, but so much of it is either gone, lost to time, or it's sitting in, you know, private hands. They've all got their little nook, shelves
yeah,
tucked away, and
I keep hearing about this crazy private shop, but like I hear it's so exclusive, it's almost impossible to get your hands on.
yeah, I've been trying, and let me tell you, it is not cheap to get in there. Like, I'm not hurting, but
Yeah, I heard rumors that it requires some kind of sponsor or something to get in, but it's like I wouldn't even know who to ask for that. I mean, I don't really roll in really highfalutin circles. It's I just want to learn things.
Go persuasion. It feels like there's enough honesty in there to not be deception.
Okay.
Because you do have a genuine thirst for knowledge as a researcher, right? So I mean.
Yep. Oh yeah, she's crazy about knowledge, but her social skills suck. But
her social skills are a little lacking. It was like, no, I know, I managed to find a sponsor once, but then I didn't have the money to back it up, and I like.
Oh, how much?
They weren't real happy with me after that. And
how much do they want?
they like, you don't have to have it. It was kind of a mess. They needed proof that you had enough to be able to buy stuff. Like, you didn't have to walk in with a big bag of coin and plunk it on the desk. But they do like a background check thing. That's what the stupid form was for. They look at what your assets are and things like. And I was not about to mortgage my house just to get a membership.
I see. I mean, if you have any tips on where I could, possibly try and get access to this, it would be incredible. I mean, I can, throw in a shot and, see if I get lucky.
Okay. Roll one more persuasion check.
All right. Persuasion. Like I said, it's not my luck at being social for her. We're never gonna get in.
I mean, you keep rolling like this. I mean, I'm trying to give
I
you.
can't help how terrible her social skills is, and our social person isn't here today.
Yeah, I'm sure he's like chewing the furniture at his house at the moment. Just like, why can't anybody roll? So he just kind of like, well, I still hope to make it happen someday. So I don't really want to give up my sponsor.
I mean, do you happen to know anyone else, or someone else who could point me towards someone that might be able to get me access or get me, at least information on a sponsorship? I know it's asking a lot. It's just, like I said,
you just kind of slide up next to me and start asking a lot of questions.
Well, I mean, I'm always interested in what people are trying. Like I said, knowledge is my thing, and it's what I study: history and ancient cultures, and so I always like to find out what other people are into, and see if anybody else has discovered something I haven't. They say, knowledge is power, and the more you have, the better off you are.
For sure, for sure. That's definitely a mantra that we all share here. So I get that. I do. I just, if they get mad at me, I'm never getting in the front door, and I'm already about as close as I can get at the moment. So, um, the I really I wish I could help you. I feel like you may have a better shot than I do at the moment, but I can't. I don't have anything I can give you.
That sucks. That sucks. I'm sorry. Oh well, I tried. Seeker of knowledge. It's sometimes it's really hard.
Yeah, I do wish you luck though. I hope they have what you need if you go to all that trouble and then they don't even have it. That'd be such a shame.
Yeah, it definitely would be. Well, if you think of anyone who might be able to help, I'm gonna be in town for the next day or so. And feel free to look me up at the inn. Just ask for Kinley.
And you see, he kind of jots your name down. I was like, I'll keep it in mind, but I
Thanks.
won't make any promises.
Understood. A researcher's got to do what they can.
Mm-hmm. And he'll just kind of go back to what he's doing.
All right. Well, she totally busted out there.
You guys are trying so hard, and I feel so bad because the dice just hate you. And I'm just like,
I succeeded, but I failed first, so therefore I didn't.
You almost did.
You succeeded. You succeeded in failing.
Yeah.
I was like, when she told me that my stick gives +2 to spell damage, I'm like, damn. If only it gave me +2 to my DC saves, that would have been so much better.
Mm-hmm.
But also broken shit, so.
Yeah, that would have been a little OP to give you at like level 3.
Here's level 3. Your DC saves are 17. Good luck.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, we are fighting things that are like 10, 15 levels higher than we are.
Not on purpose though. Like
That's
that was
what they all say. That's what all DMs say.
It's always on purpose. Totally on purpose.
Just happen to be fighting.
Okay. So we're almost at 9 o'clock. So we're gonna go ahead and take our 10-minute break here. We'll kind of compose ourselves. Everybody take their restroom breaks, grab water, grab snacks, whatever you need to do. We'll settle back in, keep going. We may run long again. It's something we talked about.
I'm
We're
good
gonna
with
play
it.
by ear, but we'll see how that goes. Hopefully you'll stick around through the second half and beyond if we keep rolling. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right, everyone. We shall return 10 minutes. See you soon. We are back. Welcome back, everybody.
Hey, hi. We have regained our lost compatriot. He's dragged himself out of quarantine, mainly due to the abysmal performance of the rest of the party with all social endeavors.
The train wreck was painful to watch for him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry we don't all have Lucky.
I stand by. There were some good attempts made. There were some good thoughts. I appreciated you were brainstorming. You were thinking outside the box. It was all good stuff. It just the downside of playing a dice-based game is that sometimes the dice are just like, good idea, yeah, awesome, great, not happening. And I know, you could be like, you're the DM, you could ignore the dice, you could fudge it, you could be, and I'm like, but no, that's the whole point
That's
is that
That's
fate
not fun.
medals
Nope.
and things and. But God, does roll 20 hate us?
Only on
Right.
Tuesdays.
Only on Tuesdays.
Only on Tuesdays does it hate our guts.
Run
We
a
got
campaign
one.
on a Wednesday. We're all good.
Yeah,
Tuesdays. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. No dice for you.
yeah.
Roll a d20.
While
Zero.
we immensely appreciate their continued support of our campaign, holy shit, does their dice generator hate us?
Everyone else needs to stop running games on Tuesday so we get all the freaking good luck.
Okay, so we are going to pick back up right where we left off. Everyone has been scattered about town. Lucy is over in Animus, kind of taking in the sights, exploring a little bit. Kinley had a swing and a miss at the archive. Finnegan is at the inn, kind of chillaxing, throwing back some brew, little glum that his operation beat down the door by brute force didn't pan out quite like he was hoping. Shelly went and bought the ink that they needed, also made an attempt at finding a connection, also swung and a miss. Honestly, Lucy, you should have given it a shot. You might have gotten lucky. How bad could
Well,
it have been?
with
I mean,
how
you
long
can
she's
only
been-
miss, which we've been doing all game.
Yeah.
No. With how long she's been, she'd probably start just chit-chatting around, enjoying the sight, complimenting people on whatever art she sees from time to time. Not going in their bubble, but if she sees somebody painting and it's pretty, she's gonna be like, hey, that's a pretty thing you're doing there.
Okay. And Czar has been quietly skulking about the town trying to find alternative inroads to this bookshop or a rival bookshop or anything of any help at all to anyone because, dear Lord, do we need it?
That is exactly what he has been doing. And periodically checking in at the end to see if there's any word for his cover name, Aganor.
I still like Aganol, but Aganor is fine. I thought that was. So you skulk about town a little bit. You poke some people, ask some questions, investigate some shopkeepers, all that good stuff. You have some mixed success. You don't catch wind of any rival bookshops in Centura. Somebody does mention that there are other similar shops in a few of the other big cities. They're like a network, though. They're not rivals. They're all run by a group of sisters. So
Did I get the name of the group of sisters?
they're the Sanderson sisters.
Sanderson.
I will remember that name.
So
Okay.
there's a network of these shops scattered about in some of the different major cities. There's a couple of them in Fantalusia that specialize more in magic specific tomes because that's where all the wizards and sorcerers congregate. There's a few
Jelly, what?
here that deal in pre-imperial history biography books similar to the archive, but it's their own private stash of that kind of information. And then there's a few other shops scattered around that specialize in different materials. They all have their little niches that they specialize in their trade and collection of different subjects.
Okay.
And then you pop back into the inn. You see Finnegan there, grabbing a couple of drinks, chilling out, relaxing. You're gonna loop Czar in on your morning's adventure when you see him?
Yes, with a bunch of disappointment about how everything we tried failed. Yes.
I will listen to him very patiently, nod, say okay, and then go check the desk.
Okay. So you go up and check the desk, and there is a note from the shipping shop where you bought the special packaging.
Uh-huh.
It mentions that they had another book that fits what you're kind of looking for come through his shop in search of packaging, and they may be able to connect you with that person.
All right. Well, I'll kind of palm the note and look at Finnegan on my way back out and go, well, I'm back to it. Keep me in the loop. I'll let you know if I find anything. And I'll head out.
'Cause-
And once I get out and I find the nearest alleyway, I will bamf into my disguise of the bald human worker
Mhm.
and make my way to the package shop.
Okay. So you get to the package shop and stroll in, and he's waiting for you, and he just kind of gives you like a knowing nod when you walk in.
I kind of like nod back, and if there's anybody in there, I'll just kind of like peruse the wares and everything until we get a chance to talk privately.
Hmm. Yeah, he spends a few minutes wrapping up a couple of transactions that were middling about the store, looking for different things, packaging tape and boxes and all that kind of, some packing peanuts and things like that. Eventually they finish up and they escort out, and he kind of puts his, out to lunch sign on the front door.
Business seems to be booming.
Yes, it seems a lot of with the dome up, people are looking to tuck things away for safekeeping. I think a lot of people are worried that someone may have to collect it later. I think that, that there's a lot of unease with this dome business. Everyone's just getting nervous.
You know, I was in a general store earlier, and the general store clerk told me that people are hoarding toilet paper of all things.
Hmm. Yeah, it's
Oh,
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Now you're gonna tell me there's some kind of disease going on here.
no. I knock on Tupperware. I was very glad that I did not write a plague-themed campaign because that would have been fucking horrible.
Depressing throughout the entire campaign as it's
Yeah.
going off in real life.
Bear with us, folks, as we go through day 97 of in-campaign quarantine and day 200 of out-of-campaign quarantine.
God. God.
Shit. 200?
Month 7, the zombie apocalypse continues. No, so basically, you get through a little bit of bantery chit chat and things, and then he lets you know that someone who's been in his shop before, done a few transactions, someone that they seem to think is trustworthy, and might entertain the idea of sponsorship
Okay.
is they've had a conversation. They know a guy who knows a guy, kind of a thing, and they're willing to make an introduction.
Oh, absolutely.
But you do understand that they deal in high end, like you said that you represent collectors. I hope they understand what they're buying themselves into here. This is not.
No, yeah, I understand. I mean, I don't think I was too subtle or nor Finn when we were in here last about the amount of coin we had. I mean, there was a purpose in flashing that much after all. Want people to know that we're serious and that we're willing to pay serious money for what we're looking for.
Yes, that's why we're even having this conversation right now. I just wanted to make sure you understood what you're stepping yourself into. I've seen some books that they could have bought a chunk of the archive kind of books. Like, this isn't.
Yeah, but I've seen the archive. It's really not that impressive. Now, some of the other archives I've been to off this island, that's a big archive.
Gonna insult the guy's archive in his own hometown? Like, that's
He,
bold
actually,
strategy.
he insulted the archive the last time we were there talking about the snooty stuck-up people that go there. So I'm just playing off of last RP.
It's still impressive in scale, though.
Oh,
They
it,
can-
it,
they
it
can
is. I didn't say it that way. It's more like, I've been places.
I know. I got.
You can always bash your own stuff. You don't let other people bash your stuff. That's just not how
Yeah.
it works.
Yeah, I can talk smack about my siblings, but you can't.
Yeah.
So anyway, so he agrees to make the introduction, arranges a time for after the shop closes tonight to do so. Come back after we close at 8, and I'll, introduce you to your potential sponsor, kind of a thing.
All right, sounds good. I'll be sure to come alone. Don't want to creep anyone out.
Would you your
No, I can
procurement
bring.
partner not be with you?
I mean, I can bring Finn if you want me to.
Well, I don't know your business. I assume that you were a team
Oh.
effort. Well, one does the appraising and one does the negotiating or some such nonsense. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we're both perfectly capable of doing both. I just threw it out there in case sometimes people get nervous. And one person is usually seen as less than a threat than two.
Mm.
But if you think it's fine, I'll make sure they come with me. It's fine.
Well,
More money.
do as you like. I told them that there was 2 of you, so I made an assumption that is. I apologize if that was off the mark, but I assumed that you
You're
both would be here.
perfectly fine. I'll grab Finn and we'll meet you back here after you close.
Okay.
Hey, I'll make my way out and try and, I guess, track down Shelly.
Shelly's probably at the inn, just writing in their notebook.
Alright, I would drop my disguise before heading back into the inn. Yeah, so are you chilling with Finnegan? Or...
Probably just sitting to the side, writing letters.
Alright, so I guess upon seeing Shelly, I'd snooch on over to their table.
Hi.
Hi there.
Well, welcome back.
Oh, Kinley, you're here too. So, Finnegan, and I sort of point my pinky over to Finnegan at his little drinking table. Let me know what all was going on earlier. Put a stick through the door.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just kind of nod like, I would have done the same thing. Well, you all would... I can't get out of that voice. While you all were doing that, I did a little bit more research around town. I found out that there's a whole chain of these stores, kind of like the Elias Inns, but for bookstores, except each one of them are different. And it's ran by a group of sisters called the Sanderson Sisters.
Any
Oh,
chance
and-
any of us have heard of that?
Trying to remember now. If so, yeah. Shelly and Kinley can both make intelligence checks.
Oh. Whoops, I rolled the wrong thing, but it doesn't matter.
Could it be a history roll?
No, it wouldn't be a
Okay.
history roll.
It says save, but it's the same modifier as my intelligence score, so.
That's fine.
Ooh.
Okay.
There's the rolls, people.
Yeah, now you roll really, really high. So you both remember that the little old lady who had the bookshop in Victoria that you popped into, her last name was also Sanderson.
Interesting. That was the name of the old lady's bookshop.
Isn't that the one where they had a seller or a buyer and they wouldn't
Yeah,
show
she had a
sales?
buyer for all of her books. Yeah, all the really rare
Yeah.
ones.
Hmm.
Well,
What a weird thing to have an underground, like, trading circle for.
I know, right? And even weirder, Agonor and Finn have an appointment this evening to meet a potential sponsor to get into said bookstore, and I just grin.
Oh, me, Finn. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I forgot. No, I'm good. Yeah, okay. Having a Finnegan in the group kind of throws off my whole Finn thing.
Just making a wrench, wedging it in there, as per
Yeah.
standard.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of Shelly's thing, so.
Yeah.
So, of course, we're gonna go by ourselves. We don't want to spook anyone, and
We don't want to be
Okay.
associated with what happened this morning either, because that was real rough. But luckily, I
mean-
was me. So,
yeah, I mean, you tried.
yeah. Yeah.
Trust me, I've had capers go far worse than that. Well, has anybody seen Lucy?
Meanwhile, on the other side of the lake,
Well, how late is it getting? Because when it starts getting late, she's probably gonna start heading back towards the inn.
it's probably like a mid-afternoonish kind of time frame.
Yeah, she'd start heading back around that time.
Okay, so they're having this little powwow, and maybe within about a half hour, 40 minutes of that conversation, you stroll back into the inn. And would you guys still be hanging out downstairs? Are you up in your rooms getting ready for the meeting? Like, what are you doing?
I mean,
How-
get ready.
how-
All I
how
gotta
do-
do is rub my
fine.
magic ring. So
Well, yeah, I guess it's like, what condition does Lucy find you guys just hanging out, getting some food?
Just be
chilling
hanging out eating.
Okay. So yeah, so
Disqualified.
drinking a hot chocolate and eating some cookies.
Because obviously Zara would never take me to a meeting like this, so.
All of this qualifies as a short rest, right?
Yeah, I would definitely.
Alright, so Lucy strolls in, notices Zara. Oh, hey, Zara. And she's gonna, like, walk towards them.
Oh, hey,
Found
Lucy.
anything?
Did you have a
Found
good
anything?
day? Well,
Relaxing.
how
I
about you go
guess.
first? Did you find anything?
The only thing I found on the other town was some kind of parlor with your. She's gonna point to Shelly's tattoos. These rune things. They make these over there.
Tattoos,
Yeah.
like the one on my neck.
Yes.
I mean, they couldn't possibly make the ones like I have, because those are like.
I mean,
Well, yeah,
never know.
and I have to say, you did quite good work on the one you gave me too.
Oh, thanks. I'll have to tell Content that her training paid off well.
You know, it was suggested us that we all find, professions to support us on the island. Maybe yours could be a traveling tattoos one.
Okay, first off, that is awesome. I love it.
Thank you.
But secondly, that really confused me because I thought keepers were supposed to be like somewhat nomadic and just go where we were needed and not really have to like set up places. I mean, doesn't that seem weird?
Well, I mean, it does, but at the same time, we're learning a lot about keepers that doesn't exactly fit the description we were given, aren't we?
That's
well,
fair.
keepers also get a stipend every once in a while. We're kind of cut off.
But no, that's what. Who was it that said that? I don't even.
That was the headmistress.
Yeah, he was saying that like keepers usually set up businesses so that they can take care of themselves and so that we don't have to pay you. And it's like, but
That's not what they told
Okay.
us, is it?
Well, I could imagine an established keeper who's going to be here for a while probably does, but we aren't in that position.
Oh no, we're definitely going to be here for a while.
But we're
But
not going to be in one piece to set up a business. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, we definitely might not be in one piece either.
Yeah.
That's beside the point.
I would totally be down for tattooing some folks for coins though. That'd be awesome.
So while you were out looking at pretty things, let me tell you what all I've been up to. I'll go ahead and fill her in. So, Shelly and I are going to go meet them tonight when the store closes.
Just one thing though. She's gonna point to Finnegan. If you do end up in the library, this one cannot go in. I'm pretty sure they would let him in anyways.
I think it's just going to be Shelly and I that's going to be making our way into the bookstore. I don't think it's a, flash your card and bring a whole group of people in with you kind of place.
That's a shame for Kenny.
So if
Well-
you got some spare cash that you want us to have just in case we do find something.
Well, apparently the application process doesn't actually require cash, just the proof that you can afford it.
Right,
Well-
but if we want to like buy something.
Yes.
And if it's dropping my name, if I was able to get a card there, would probably, at least my family's name, has the money to be able to afford.
I
Yes, but
don't
they're
think
keepers.
I'm going to drop the name of a keeper in an underground business. I mean, maybe if we were raiding the joint, it'd be like, throw out your books, or, the Bellafoy Grand Masters are going to come smite you and your family. Maybe that would work, but not
I'm
in
not
this
sure.
circumstance.
Well, I mean, my parents aren't the ones for destroying knowledge, and they have collected some rare things in the past.
Shelley and I made well ensure that they knew we had the finances. That's the only reason we're getting this meeting. It's because they saw the sums of money that we had. I think what Shelley is asking, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, is if everybody wants to chip in a little bit into a fund in case we do want to buy something. And to set everyone at ease, Shelley can hold on to the money so that I won't pocket any of it.
That sounds fair to me. Lucy kind of smirks.
kind of smirked back. You should really buy some new armor.
If I lend you some money, I cannot. Until we get.
No. Let's get this right. This isn't a loan. This is in case we find something crucial we need to purchase. That one person or two people isn't floating the whole thing. If it benefits us all, we all pay for it.
Oh, I know.
Alright, that's not loany.
I know.
Alright. Sort of scrunch my nose at her, kind of like, key.
She smiled. You still owe me, though.
No. We called it even when I investigated your,
That's true. I
very
guess.
large friend.
Friend. Yes. That's
If
not
we
call it
don't-
that.
Buy a book. You can have the money back.
Absolutely.
Then how much should we all pitch in then? Since this place is kind of really expensive. 200 each?
I mean, that sounds right. That would give us a very decent amount to barter with, considering what Shelly and I have on us as well.
I
With
probably-
the understanding if it goes beyond that, it's still going to be split up later.
I guess so.
So we'll
What?
be going in with at least, let's see, 2 from you, 2 from you. Hey Finnegan,
What?
you gonna come join the conversation or sit over there and get tipsy all day?
Okay. I grab 2 of the ales that I have on my table and just try to walk over without spilling them.
When he gets over, I'll finally fill him in on the fact that we've got most likely a sponsor to get into the bookstore, and that everybody's chipping in 200 gold in case Shelly and I find something in there that we need to purchase that is pertinent to our mission and quest.
You know those books aren't cheap, right?
Well, what do you think everybody's chipping in 200 gold and
Well, I'm just saying, if you could get a book for 1,000 gold, I'm pretty sure anybody would be jumping on that.
200 gold is a lot of gold.
yeah, that is a lot of money.
The average person makes coppers and silvers.
This is pre-imperial though. That's pretty fancy shit.
Well, I mean, if worse comes to worst, I can take a stick with me and stick it in their door and be like, look, I'm not taking the stick out of your door if you don't sell it to us for this price.
I don't recommend it. Two reasons. One, they might grab it, and 2, it's not gonna fit through the door. It's just, logistically, it's not a great place.
Right.
But
Anyway.
well, since I'm not going, and I definitely want to don't come empty-handed if we do find something. Turtle lady.
Not a lady.
Not a turtle.
Just
That was the greatest thing ever.
just slides my entire like pouch of gold over to her.
What?
You just hold on to that for me.
All right.
Make sure it doesn't. You get what you need.
I thought you said you wouldn't get drunk.
I mean, I've been here for 4 hours. Anyone's gonna get drunk after 4 hours of drinking. You guys are taking way too long.
It's true, and those look like pints, and you see how tall he is.
They don't have kid-sized drinks here.
I mean, I'm sure they have, that very
Light?
low alcoholic
The light
wine.
beer?
Yeah, the very light wine that kids drink with their meals, but
Ah,
that-
it's a waste of gold.
that's right. You're a grown half man, so
Yeah, grown. Wait a minute.
all right. So I'm gonna go freshen
I'm a
up,
full half man.
and Shelly, I'll meet you back down here when it's about time to leave.
All right.
I'll head up to my room for a little bit, rest up before heading out.
Okay. So, kind of bide your time in the inn a little bit, getting ready for this evening rendezvous. Um, Eventually, the appointed time rolls around. Shelly and Czar head off to go meet with this mystery sponsor person.
And I pass out roughly around 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
I will cast Disguise Self on myself to become Finn Crestwell once again. Before we
And
get there.
And I will become Agonor.
Good deal. So you arrive back at the packaging shop. You know, kind of skulk about a little bit, give a little quiet knock on the door just to draw him his attention. Comes and lets you in. It's like, quick, get off the street. And slides you inside, shuts the door, kind of peeks around, makes sure nobody was overly paying attention. He's trying to do this on the down low as much as he possibly can. And then from the sort of like a back room kind of thing, a very, very, very wealthy looking dwarf strolls out from behind this back room. And just like as very like prim and proper and aristocratic, like all hell. You're just like, what?
Good evening, Dwarf Lord.
Gives you a bit of a nod. It's like, so I understand you represent a new collector. Is that right? You yourselves are not making these purchases.
We work for someone who procures for certain clientele that meet their standards. Items not generally found in circulation. Yes.
You're the middleman for a middleman. Is that? Sorry, middle person for a middle person.
No, we are the front men for the person who gets the things people need.
And he kind of side eyes the shopkeeper, feeling like you may not have explained that way to him. And just kind of mulling it over, thinking about. It's like that wasn't quite how it was explained to me, as he's side eyeing the shopkeeper.
Tell me, Master Dwarf, what would set your mind at ease? Are you afraid we would go and not have the coin for something we may buy and you be embarrassed?
To a certain extent, yes. Our sponsorships are meant to be taken very seriously. We don't dole them out to anyone with a couple platinum to rub together.
I nod to Finn as I pull out my bag of over 1,000 gold.
And I start I pull my bag out, and then I pull Finn's bag out, and then I grab a silent image bag out.
And you're robbed on the spot.
I mean,
that's good. I like that.
it's,
That's good.
it's more than a few platinum, but
Kind of eyes it up a little bit. Make a persuasion check at just a straight check for now.
I put all my coal back in the bag of holding. Nice.
Okay. So he kind of takes stock of the what you pulled out to show him, and he's like, well, the buyers that I you're buying for a buyer for people who want to buy. They understand what he's like trying to think through how many hands these books are going to go through. They understand what it is that they're you add some sort of fee of some sort or something. These are not showpieces. These are collector's items. These are
I think you might be misunderstanding our role in this situation. We are the hands that get the things.
They go directly from us to the client. Payment goes to our employer, who therefore reimburses us plus our cut. He finds the clients, we find the merchandise, get the merchandise to the client, then we get paid. And yes, we are very selective about who we do business with in business form. Not only for discretion's purposes, as we do not want the Empire breathing down our necks. Second, we want to make sure, or I should say more so than even Finn and myself, our employer has a reputation to uphold and would not sell or do business with people that did not know how to properly take care of what was procured for them.
By the way, if I do my detect magic, does he glow?
He does not. While everything on him looks very, very expensive, it doesn't look like any of its magical items or anything.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm not asking for names and addresses, but these clients of yours will most of the people who would do this sort of business, they do it themselves. They have a membership like I do. This brokering business.
When you're as rich and powerful as our clients are, you don't do anything yourself.
Anonymity is key.
You guys keep insulting the people that you interact with, and I don't understand why you do it. He's just like, I am extremely wealthy and extremely powerful. Thank you very much. Like, what? And I am here myself because I like to read these books. Thank you. That's like what's running through his head when you drop a line like that.
Which is why I immediately followed up with the anonymity is key to kind of like maybe smooth over that a little bit.
You guys are really bad at this.
It's too bad.
Some people do better with sucking up, while other people do better with intimidation. Other people.
Blunt honesty is Shelley's forte. So
Yeah.
if your bird doesn't want to come back to you,
Have you thought about the fact that it might just hate you? So he kind of, you see his nose kind of crinkle a little bit when you drop that line. He's like, I did make you jump through a few hoops just to meet me, so I can understand wanting to insulate oneself, I suppose, but I don't know. There's something about having your hand, like, I don't know. Some of these tomes, I don't know if I would, not to besmirch your expertise, but trust someone to authenticate them on my behalf. I would
Finn,
rather I trust to do that myself.
we thought you may have these types of questions. Finn, why don't you procure the book that we showed our dear shopkeep friend here?
Oh, yeah, no problem. And I'm actually going to use Mage Hand to prevent any oils from my hands from getting onto my Book of Shadows, which I will pull out of the bag of holding
Hmm.
and lay it gently on the table.
Before it lays on the table, I pull out kind of like a cloth and wipe the counter
Okay, this is good. I
before
like
it
this.
sits down.
That's fine. Um, he kind of glances at the book and glances up at the shopkeeper, and the shopkeeper ducks behind his counter and pulls out a pair of gloves for the guy, and he puts them on, and he goes, "I'd be all right if I inspect it."
Go ahead.
You break it, you buy it.
And he kind of snickers at that and starts kind of giving it the once over, opening it up, inspecting the quality of the paper and the ink, and trying to kind of date it and do all that kind of fun stuff. He's just kind of assessing this. Is there a firm description of the Book of Shadows that you have?
No,
as
it's
your-
just a grimoire called the Book of Shadows, and that I can, like, if it gets lost, then I just have to spend an hour to whatever, and it turns to ash.
Okay. I was just checking if it like
It's an old, creepy book.
If it explicitly
Yeah.
said that it was like an ancient tome or something, blah blah blah
No.
to that effect. Um, so he kind of looks it over and assesses it. It's seen its fair share of manhandling.
Exactly
It
why it
has.
was important for us to procure it, to preserve what is left of it.
Do you read Ancient Celestial?
I do not know. I'm familiar with some bits and pieces of Celestial. I'm not familiar with an ancient Celestial. I mean they're sort of ancient by definition, no?
Right, but there is an older dialect of it
Yes, higher
from
celestial.
pre-Empire type things, and this book itself actually was written by an angel a long time ago, and so it's all written in Ancient Celestial, and I actually can read it, which is how I know how old it is, because it is dated in a language that predates regular Celestial. Which actually is true. It does read in Ancient Celestial.
Hmm.
I'm resisting the urge to face palm through my disguise.
And he seems kind of impressed by that assessment because he does. Let's give him a chance here.
None of what I said is false.
Um, so he at your statement, he starts looking at it closer, and he's like, I can't read it, but I do see some hallmarks of Celestial, at least as rudimentary as I know it. It's very impressive. Is this an item you've procured for one of your clients, or
Yes.
you can kind of see not it like sort of like the book collector equivalent of drooling at the mouth. He's got a bit of a like there's a gleam in his eye of like I could buy
Z-
this off you right now and take
Z-
this with me.
Zar will speak, and he will say, "Yes, this is the type of item we procure for our clients, and should that be something of interest to you, we could definitely work on getting you on our list of people that we will make purchases for now that you've seen the type of materials we can procure for others.
That's dirty. You're gonna play dirty. But I like it. But it's just kind of you can tell there's a certain amount of interest. Is if this if I there's some consternation as he's trying to figure it like where did you even find this? The condition that it's in is
We
disheartening
can't
to say the least. But I
we
mean,
can't we can't disclose that information as again anonymity is key. Though,
I could tell you some history about it, though,
well,
without divulging names.
you
I
definitely seem
would
very
would
interested
love
in it.
I would love to know more. This is it. This the state of it aside, it's a very impressive piece. I would expect to see this in the restricted section.
Oh,
I'm
you would find nothing like this in the restricted section.
no, not that one. Our restricted section.
I see.
I mean, I
Very
would be
very much
happy.
like hungry eyes on this book right now.
I
mean,
would be happy to share some information for in exchange for.
I'm gonna kind of because he's like focused on this book right now,
Yeah,
right?
he is all
Uh,
like he's like just he's very disciplined at handling books, so he won't. But he's just this side of like pawing at the pages. Like you've managed to suck him into this book.
I'm gonna take like a sort of just a half step over towards Shelly because I feel Zara feels like Shelly's gonna get into this whole history lesson thing, and that could end up bad at some point. So he's just gonna kind of scooch over and kind of hop into the conversation a little bit more and say, "Well, you seem very interested in that book. Well, Finn, it was your contract to procure this book. Um, have you actually alerted the client yet that it has been procured?"
No, because of the dome coming down, we haven't actually been able to make contact just yet, but we plan on doing so once we get back to this side of Victoria.
So I suppose technically, I mean, it's not our general practice, but and of course it would be completely up to Finn as it is your contract, and he's kind of eyeing you like, look, this is going to be all up to you what I'm throwing out here because I don't know anything about you being able to make the book turn to ashes and shit. So the way I'm thinking is you would actually be selling this if you sold it. Perhaps Finn could be persuaded to part with it and seek out a suitable replacement to send to their client. However, we would need a place to procure such a suitable replacement.
And it would be very difficult to replace such a book.
Indeed, and this book also, if I remember correctly, is quite expensive.
Well, of course, I
Literally one of a kind.
would expect no less. Um, now, are your wizard spells also in this Book of Shadows,
No,
or is it just your warlock
just Warlock.
stuff? Okay, I'm just making sure. Because if you hand this over, you lose your wizard spells at that, or they were in there, you would
No,
lose them because you have to
no,
have.
because I have my spell book from when I was learning to be a wizard, and then
Mhm.
the enduring spell book that you gave me when we met Orla, I think.
Right, right,
And then this one is specifically my pact boon that I just got at level 5.
right. Okay,
So
I'm just trying to make sure I don't want to
yeah, no,
accidentally
I
handicap
won't
you.
lose anything. It's good.
Okay, gotcha. Um, so he's like, um, make a persuasion check at advantage. Can you
Is
do
there-
double advantage? Is that
I was about to say,
Now,
is there
are,
such
are
thing
you
as
sure he's not
disability?
wanting to try and persuade us into him buying the book?
Mm,
you put the idea across first.
Okay, okay.
I mean, he did kind of hint at it, but
At advantage, you said?
yeah, double advantage if you can do it.
Just roll
So-
3 times.
yeah,
Yeah.
just throw three persuasions.
You can roll
Oh.
with super advantage, apparently.
Yes,
on
I
the thing.
can. Hold on, let me roll super advantage too.
What the fuck is super advantage?
I've
It's
no
basically
fucking
Oh,
clue.
super
double
advantage is
advantage.
not good. Never roll super advantage, guys.
That is not advantage.
Oh, I rolled super disadvantage. My bad. Hold on.
Yeah, that would make a bit of a difference.
Whoa, no. We're gonna go with the first roll. We should never went into my lucky type rolls where I just keep rolling over and over again.
Mm.
17's a solid number. It is a good solid number.
Um. Yeah, so he is well on board with that. He's like, if this is the kind of material that you have experience getting your hands on, I would imagine you would have no trouble meeting the kind of costs that will be asked of you.
Your lives.
What do you think I had to spend to get this one?
Yes,
Um,
Master Dwarf.
Sacrifice of a halfling.
Would you mind lending us your expertise in appraising this book?
Sure. Um. So he looks it over and he's, well, with it, I would, without true providence, but taking you at your word, given the celestial tidbit, you said you knew more of the history. That like he's gonna try to pry back to that real quick. But the if you could truly establish providence, I would imagine it'd be quite a bit higher. But I would probably place this somewhere around the 10 to 15,000 gold.
That's a bit on the low end of the estimate.
Now, granted, you don't know the history of the book or what it says, so I can't fault you for that. But
Hmm.
it is at least a magnitude of 10 more than that.
Would need to see,
Try
as I said, providence and
Of course.
some sort of translation of the content to prove that out. But
Of course. Of course.
It's-
But that's what we do.
10,000 platinum, not gold, obviously.
Hmm.
yeah, that's like a hundred,
So-
a hundred thousand is. I mean, that would be
Jesus.
So-
like he's thinking through what that would be. Like that would
Can you like bring a god into this world or some shit with it? Jesus.
yeah,
Finn,
like what?
Finn, do you think letting that book go for perhaps a discount price would be worth access to additional materials?
Oh, I don't think access is gonna do much. I mean, I was hoping that proving that we know what we're doing would provide the access, and then perhaps if there was anything worth trading for, we might be able to arrange that. But I cannot go back empty-handed. Access is not something I would be willing to trade this book for.
In Czar's head, he's thinking, this dude said we better have money, and he's willing to drop like 10 or 15K on this book. That would give us the money to buy something if we need it. That's what's going through his head right now.
This is true,
Hmm.
but I was hoping to see what the books are before we start arranging trades.
So, Master Dwarf, how about an arrangement? If we were to find something that could replace this with the needs of our buyer, we'd be more than happy to sell it to you, but only if we are able to find something. As a collector, you should understand that it can be hard to come by, and if we were to part with this and this shop wasn't as special as we've heard, we could put ourselves in quite a bind.
Hmm. Well, I. He's kind of thinking it over. He's, you exclusively want to purchase, yes?
As opposed to,
Well, there's a reason it's called a library card. If you make a donation to the collection,
Oh shit.
you are allowed to
Oh.
peruse the stacks at your leisure for a time. The donations have to be maintained, but if you contribute to the library, you may utilize it as such, or you can strictly purchase.
I see.
A book like this would be as much as I do want this book, it would be quite the contribution.
Hmm.
10K contribution.
Yes, but then we would run into the problem of what would we send our client that is expecting something.
Right, that's what I mean. If you strictly wish to purchase, then that's fine. They will, but if you wanted to sit down and read, they require a contribution to do that. If you just want to verify a book and purchase it and walk out the door, that is something that I would assume you have the financial means to do if you're walking around with something like this in your bag of holding. But if you want to actually sit down with a book and then put it back and leave, that is what they require of you.
does this donation have to be in book form or can it be a monetary donation?
No, you have to contribute a, a book of worthy of this shop. That is how she chooses to run her bookshop.
I see. And do we have to make this choice upon entering? Because to give up something so valuable and not be able to find anything that piques our interest, again, that's a lot of risk for us to take.
If you
You have a
if you
very narrow set of items that we're looking for.
certainly I would advise care in how long you examine any particular book, lest you slight the owner, but you can make that decision when you're ready
I
rather than
think that
upon entering.
I think that sounds acceptable, Finn. What about you?
Yeah, I think it's worth a shot.
Okay. Um, it's like very carefully slides the book back across to you, and
Mage hand it back into my bag of holding.
mhm. It's like, all right, well,
I will absolutely still tell you the story of that after we get done.
I would very much like to hear it. I
And if things pan out, it may be part of that collection for you to explore and enjoy for years to come.
It's thinking that over, and he's like, I'd have to spend all that time learning how to read it. Ugh, a new hobby. um, he's very very much intrigued by the prospect of this book, and something that level of ancient is just like mouth-watering for a book collector of his nature. Um, so he's just, uh, are you prepared, or do you have everything that you need, or do we can go now, or
We can go now.
all right? You, I would advise you treat this one well. He's done you a good service, and as he's gesturing to the shopkeeper, and he'll head for the door ahead of you.
Cough, cough, tip.
Oh. I mean, we did promise him that we'd do more
I thought that
business
was
if we
like a
found books.
whoopee cushion.
But I feel like a whoopee cushion because. Alright,
I'll palm him a platinum on our way out.
That was the most like it's like trying to pry a dollar out of somebody when you're delivering their pizza, and you're just like, you said it was 19. I don't. I mean, you could give me that single back. Like, dude, just give him the single. um. So yeah. So you slip him his platinum for his trouble, and then follow the dwarf out the door, and he leads you back to the door.
the stick door.
Hold the door.
The all too familiar.
I meant to ask you, Kim.
Yeah.
When you said that my detect magic or my disguise self was supercharged, is that a function of where we are or who I am, or is that something I should be expecting to work like that?
Oh,
Good point.
did I never actually sit down and explain that?
No.
No.
You just
No,
said she had a feeling.
I didn't, because Finnegan got there after the tree was already lost. So I never got a chance to explain how that works. So, when you are with when you're within a certain proximity of a pillar, certain types of magic and abilities work better.
Huh.
That's why the different kingdoms are so specialized to class and skill rather than like race, because the druids all realized that their wild shape and druid magic worked a whole lot better when they were near this big ass tree, and all of the bards and illusionists and artisans found that they were far more inspired and far more skilled at their particular trades when they were within a certain vicinity of the Weeping Well and the mage school and etc etc etc. They don't have a full understanding of why. They just know that, like, if this is what I do, this is where I want to be if I want to be the best I can be at it, and they
Guys,
just naturally gravitated to it.
If we find the cultists in a shady alleyway that's like nestled in the middle of a dark, dank cave, Czar's gonna be unstoppable. Anyways.
So you guys are not here.
So to the door.
Shelly
Hold
is
it.
here.
Hold the door.
Let me. Where am I?
Hold it down.
Based. So the dwelf.
The dwelf. The little
dwelf.
dwelf. The little
The ha-
dwelf.
The half dwarf, half elf dwelf.
God,
Walks
the abomination.
walks up to the
I'm
door.
pretty sure that's not even physically possible, because don't they just hate each other at all
They would just
costs?
turn into.
It's fine. They'd just be a
really
human.
hairy human.
Love
Yeah.
love conquers all. Don't be judgmental.
Mm.
It's
So
just
the
a human.
the dwarf knocks on the door, the eye slides across. You potentially recognize the eyes staring back at you, um, a- as the all too familiar bouncer who gives a library card. Library card comes out. Eye thing slides shut. Door. You hear what sounds like they might be, tumblers on a deadbolt, that kind of a thing. And the door opens up, and he gestures for you to enter.
Heck yeah.
This is when you release your familiar. You buy nothing, give nothing, and you pop head. Take over the whole place.
So she
Alright.
may or may not be setting up a web up in the corner in the basement.
Oh, it's dark in there.
It is dark in there because so you walk in because that is not the actual bookstore,
Oh.
obviously.
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't know that because you weren't. Well, no, they told you about it. That they went down a spiral staircase into some kind of big basement that was just empty, and they were like, "That's kind of weird." Um, so you enter in and you see the little platform that the bouncer was has like up at the top of the stairs off to the side there, and then this spiral staircase down, and you follow the dwarf down the stairs, and he leads you into a space that looks like this.
Restricted area, restricted area,
Oh.
restricted area, restricted area, restricted area.
Redacted, redacted, redacted.
A lot of pink and purple people.
Yeah, that's just the tokens. That's not what they actually look like.
I know.
It's just that's what I got to work with. I'm working with what I got.
I understand.
So you walk down the stairs and you see, what do you see? You see like what looks like a librarian's desk, like a reference desk kind of thing, behind a cage, like you would expect to see at like a casino cashier's kind of cage. It's all sort of barred off and fenced in, and on all sides when you come in, there's a small space that you can stand in front of the desk. Behind you there is a sealed gate that looks like it would be how you would enter the rest of this space once you've been admitted. And then but aside from that, there's the stairs behind you, and the rest of it's just fenced in on all sides.
Okay.
And the dwarf walks up to the proprietor of the shop, the person sitting behind the desk, and introduces you both. I'm going to put forward these folks for sponsorship, and she kind of perks up at that prospect. Ooh, new visitors. And you see a half elf woman, more on the mature end of things. She looks, having mentioned that there was a group of sisters, she looks like she may be one of the elder sisters of the bunch, just making a blind guess. She's more towards the elf end of half elf, very proper and disciplined and controlled, and just sort of very librarian-esque. Like that, you feel like that kind of makes sense. Like, okay, that's why she runs her shop the way she does. She's got that sort of air about her. And she's like, so you don't look like our typical clientele. You're sure that they're right for sponsorship, and they kind of exchange some words back and forth. I won't role play with myself because that would be kind of silly.
I've had to do it before. I'm just saying it
I-
happens sometimes.
I thought about it, but I was like, we can hand wave it. So they kind of exchange words, and he mentions the book and that they also have a considerable amount of money with them. They're looking to purchase, or they're leaning towards purchasing more so than perusing, kind of this, that, and everything. And she's like, oh, can I see the book?
I don't see any harm in it. Can I get your name, by the way?
Cleo Sanderson.
Cleo. That's a beautiful name. Awesome. My name is Finn Cresswell. If you'll just give me a moment, do you have a place where you would like to have it sit?
She slides out like a metal shelf kind of a thing. It's like,
Fair enough. And I'll use the mage hand to reach in and grab the book and set it down.
and she pulls the drawer
Before she
back in.
sets it down, I reach with the cloth and wipe out the inside of the drawer before the book gets placed in it.
Okay. Yeah, that's. I mean, you want to make a good impression. You want to treat these books with respect. That's what you want to be doing. So, you run through that. Mage hand the book in. She pulls the drawer back in. Right, like think of it like a pharmacy drive-through. They have that big slide-out shelf that they can put the stuff in, and you can take, and then pulls it back in. That kind of a thing. So she pulls the book in, and you see her come up with gloves, show that she's gonna do due care and diligence, and she starts inspecting the book just like the dwarf did, and she's looking it over. And ancient celestial, very interesting. And she's looking through it. Clearly, it's something that she's more familiar with than he was.
I glance over at the dwarf to see if there's any sort of reaction, like, "Oh my God, they were telling the truth."
There definitely is like, oh, I.
Is he salivating?
He's like, I really hope that you don't decide to
Pretty
get
damn
a
good.
library card. Like, I want this. I want to own this book real bad. He's definitely hoping that he's leaving with this when this is all said and done. It's gonna be so heartbroken when it turns to ash. It's
Just
so
sell
horrible.
it. Just sell it. Make 10K. Don't even worry about books. And we just made 10K.
How many times do you think you can pull that scam though before
We only did it once. 10K.
every library on Earth is like, you get out, get out.
But they would not know us in our normal forms, though.
We just have to change our faces everywhere we go.
I would
get a
imagine.
new book to use as bait.
Yeah, I was gonna say there would be your book would have more of a reputation than you would at that point. So she looks it over. She recognizes the language, which dates it square into pre-imperial era, obviously. Even the sort of trailing off end of when the religion was still active before the decree came down and things like that. They weren't writing in archaic celestial at that point. They had already kind of transitioned down to more modern. So this is like old. And she asks a lot of the same questions that he did, and then you have providence for this book to, and she holds up, and oh, that's an interesting thought. But no,
I don't
So-
like it when I hear the DM say that's interesting.
yeah. So she kind of gestures over it, and you see her glasses kind of glow a little bit, and she's looking over the book, and the paper's the right age. This doesn't appear to be a forgery. It's not. It's something. She's kind of mulling it over. Something feels a little off about the book. She's very unhappy with the quality of it. She's just, you seem like you're taking good care of it, but who owned it before you? Dear God! And she's flipping through the pages very gently, trying as they're all kind of like slightly frayed on the edge, and somebody dog-eared a page, and she's like, how fucking dare they? Oh my God! Like just doing that kind of.
As you can imagine, with a book this old, it has seen a lot of owners, and this book is not one for study exactly. It was a book for use, which you can tell by the fraying at the edges, as though it's been taken in and out of bags over many many years.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Indeed,
and-
indeed.
And if you were to put a value on that book, and I sort of glance at the dwarf, and then glance at Shelly and kind of give her the "don't fuck us on this" look.
It's like, well, are you asking with intention to contribute to our library, or are you asking for barter or for
In
sale?
general, for the moment, as we still have not seen the contents of your library. So all
We're
options are
open.
currently on the table.
Yes.
Well, I I hesitate to give a number for a book such as this without knowing your intentions for it, lest I spoil negotiations prematurely. She kind of smiles broadly.
Oh shit.
And I immediately smell right back at her and kind of like make eye contact, like that's my kind of lady right there.
So, just and um, so your intermediaries is that what I how have we not crossed paths sooner? If this is the business that you trade in, are
We generally work on the mainland, however. We became trapped here when the dome came up, as we had traveled here to procure and look for new sources of books and other materials.
hmm.
I
And
actually
then
spoke to one of your sisters in Victoria about looking for books.
Oh, the shop in that was must have been Mother's shop.
Motherfuck.
I kind of get Shelly a look like, that wasn't you, that was Shelly. Oh my god. Oh, Zara's like having an
Nothing
internal
bad,
panic
no.
attack right now.
Fine. She wouldn't have remembered.
Yeah.
So she's like, oh yes, that must have been Mother's shop. She sort of she dabbles, but she's largely retired from this business. She just sort of quietly runs her shop and sells books to the kids and things of that sort. Likes to run her little reading circles and things. She's lost her appetite for the kind of business that we do.
She's cultivating young minds for an appetite for your business in the future.
A worthy endeavor for sure. I don't speak ill of it. I just my sisters and I are still quite motivated to keep the business healthy,
As well, you should be.
and
Yeah,
so
I've lost
what?
the other voice, by the way. It's gone.
No, you're
My
fine.
throat can't take it, so.
It's you didn't even have to bother. I got you. We know what you're doing. So it's just like, did you do business with Mother of this sort? Not certainly not of this sort, but
No.
I mean in the general sense of this sort.
No, I stopped in her store to take a look around, but I didn't see anything that really caught my eye. So,
It was quite a lovely shop, however, the books there were not on the caliber that we were looking for.
Perhaps not. She does have her few tomes that she scrolls away for her favorites. But regardless, you your intermediaries. How do you with the dome? How do you plan to fund your purchases beyond what he mentioned? You have a decent sum on you. As I've been led to believe, you don't need to pull it out for me. But if there's going to be an ongoing relationship, you need a way to source quite a bit more than what he described.
we have reason to believe that the dome is not permanent and we'll be able to return to our business sooner rather than later. Should that not be the case, though, we still do have contacts around this island and we would be able to maintain our business through them instead of going back to the mainland immediately.
Indeed, as we have seen for ourselves, gaining access to such an exclusive place can be quite difficult. There are those, perhaps, that would look for something that they may not have access to, or, as I explained to the Master Dwarf, those who want complete anonymity for the goods that they purchase.
Yes, my sisters think I'm far too discerning in my clientele, but as I choose to allow them the pleasure of browsing the stacks, I think having a certain level of discretion in who I let in is worthwhile. Um,
I agree with you completely. Discretion is key.
but you said you have contacts on this
That's what I was.
island.
It's like, son of. You're literally just putting yourself in a hole with it.
Yes, we do.
Anyone that I might know.
Perhaps, however, as we just discussed, discretion and anonymity is key.
True, but you know that this is a rather small circle that you're looking to operate in.
Are you worried that we're going to undercut your business?
I'm worried that you're not who you claim you are, as you're here on behalf of anonymous so and so's. The book you bring is quite impressive, but there are organizations who could get their hands on a book such as this if they were so motivated and eager, though I don't know why they would be, given the current predicament, to uh, be such rude guests in my shop. I've already had to ban a few people who thought that they could leave with items they had not purchased, and it was a very unpleasant business.
We have no intention of trying to steal from you or to outstay our welcome. We wish to peruse the stacks and make a deal, should we find something that meets our criteria. We will even let you hold on to that book as collateral until we're ready to leave.
Oh, that was a given, and she'll her hand kind of goes underneath the counter and you hear a buzz and the gate behind you looks slightly ajar, like you could open it if you wanted to.
I'll go in.
It's a magic buzzer door.
How magic can a buzzer door be?
I go through the magic buzzer door.
It's a very slight thaumaturgy. Open all the windows.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you are now inside. She is
Yeah.
sitting at her desk with this book, going over it with a fine-tooth comb. The master dwarf has kind of left you to do what you're doing, and he's like, please,
Watching a book.
please, please don't screw me on this, please. This is
Of course not.
Do you have an index or sorting system for the books?
it is. It is, where'd it go? There it is. It is organized like a traditional library, so you would be able to um,
Decimal
find.
system.
You would use your normal library reference to sort of sort through the different sections.
All right. Divine Sect, Pilgrimage, and yeah, that's all Zar's really interested. Celestial Runes.
Detect magic. And also going to find a dark corner to drop Gwen off in. Just
Okay,
in case.
sure.
We're gonna rob this motherfucker so hard.
Probably not, because we don't want the entire island's worth of book nerds coming after us. But
Zar won't have any part in it. He gave his word.
I think book nerds would be the least of your worries at that point. If you
Right?
if you rob this place blind, you would have like it
The
would be bad.
entire island
It
The
against.
would be- it
Sanderson
would-
sisters.
yeah, you would have all of them.
I, I get the feeling they're probably like hags or something. So
Night hags.
That is an assumption. Don't go making assumptions. I
Wait, did we
know-
already
not
kill one of
saying
the sisters?
out loud.
No.
We happened to kill one of them on the way here.
Oh shit, that's a problem.
No, the name is what you think it is, but it's not for the reason that you think. It's just because they were very much
We
focused
just
on a
happened
book. I
to
thought.
watch Hocus Pocus lately. So.
Well, I thought that it was appropriate because they were very focused on their book. That
That's
these
fair.
sisters being very focused on books made sense.
It's an
Um,
excellent reference. I
I'll
appreciate
sell
it.
a book to you, and now it's mine.
So you cast detect magic. You look behind you. You see that there are a number of charms and wards on the gate that you pass through. That if you, what you would assume she had mentioned, people trying to leave without paying, essentially, that it would set off some kind of alarm if you try to walk out with a book that you haven't.
I'm looking more at the books themselves to see if
Oh.
there's anything that
Well,
pops up.
that was the closest thing. So
Yeah.
you get that, and then you're scanning through. None of the books themselves seem to be explicitly magical in nature. You do catch a few titles that are magical in subject matter, but not magical in terms of the physical book itself. Um, but you see a couple of people sitting in chairs reading quietly. They got little drinks on their side tables, and they're just quietly perusing through a selection that they've pulled out of the stacks. And then you do catch in this bottom corner here, bottom left corner, there appears to be magic that resembles the preservation magic that was on the packaging that you purchased from the guy the other day, in terms of like abjuration and protection magic.
That
It's
might
like a
be
special.
to like preserve the entirety of the collection.
No, it's like
Or it's
a door,
localized.
shaped aura,
Mm.
but you don't. It looks like just a blank wall, but you see like an outline of aura that looks vaguely door sized of this sort of preservation magic.
So I don't see any of that. So I'm just looking for the subject matters that I mentioned.
And I would be looking for the same thing once I drop Gwen off. So
Okay.
Restricted section, boys.
So
That.
go ahead and make investigation checks for each of the subjects that you're looking for.
All right.
so Divine 6 and Pilgrimage.
Yeah, that was for. Yeah. And I said 3, so let me go ahead and drop 2 more. I'll just roll with this one with advantage and use both.
That's fine.
rolls.
Sure.
Oh my god. I'm gonna use lucky.
We all know what happens when you use lucky.
Well,
Incoming trash rolls.
I got that nat 20. My stuff's gonna be trash. Oh my god.
I'm just saying, at least it's consistent.
And
Yeah.
and then
Best
my
feat
God.
ever.
Really paying off for you, Big. Let me tell you, comes in clutch all the time. Um,
It would on any other night.
yeah. So working from the top, it was Divine 6, and then
Yep.
it was Pilgrimage, and then it was, what was the third subject?
The third subject
Runes.
was celestial runes.
Runes. I gotcha. Okay. So you find a few reference books between the two of you, kind of narrowing down to the religion section specifically. You can see that there are a variety of titles covering religions from all of the 10 kingdoms, all the ones that have been, washed away after the royal decree for unified faith. So there's just a variety of different references to all different kinds of now long lost and forgotten religions. You do see a couple of titles on the Divine Six. A lot of it is content that you're already familiar with. It's a little more robust. You get a lot more specificity on like each of the archangels, but you already know about the 12 archangels, and you get a little more specificity on the domains of the six deities and kind of their personalities and what they focus on and that kind of
But-
information. It's
But
more
all in all, not too much though.
yeah, it's more robust, but it's still just sort of elaborating on stuff you already know about them. And
Not
you
worth
kind
doing what we're thinking about doing.
not off of the back of that. No, you're pretty sure that if you took this information and the next time you met up with the angels and were like, "Hey, can you kind of expand on this a bit?" You'd get more bang for your buck than actually buying the books that you're looking at. Because you're trying not to spend too much time
Each book, yeah.
on each book because you don't want to set off the hey, you're now in the library realm, right? You're still trying to stay in the browsing for purchase sort of window. You're just being careful about that.
Reading table of contents and book flaps.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. quick scans, like maybe you flip to a chapter and like read a couple pages, and then you're like, okay. The second one was the pilgrimage, which you do get a definitive description of the shrines at the tree in terms of like what they look like, and so you're like the ones that you were sort of iffy on how accurate they were. This would get you back to 100% on all 7 of them for sure. You've got enough detail there for that. You've got a description of the original layout of the shrine at the Weeping Well as well, in terms of like where the totems were and what the engravings look like, and where they put the different candles and stuff like that. And an explicit description of the well itself, which it just kind of references what it looks like and how it sits in the middle of a body of water, and that water feeds most of the estuaries. I think that's the right word. Within the Valley of Inspiration are all fed from this well. It's sort of the wellspring of the valley. And
Question. Question relating to that.
Sure.
Would that match up with like maybe this giant lake that's here in between these two towns? If we
It does
look
not.
at our map. Okay.
No,
Just checking.
no, I get you. The well is explicitly like a landmark in the capital of the valley,
Okay.
and you're less like, oh, yeah, we'll know it when we see it.
Okay.
Cause like if you want to take more time to really like read through the description, you can, but you
Right.
get like there's at least a gist of it. If we want to go deeper on this book, we can, and you kind of set that one aside as like a maybe. And then you're looking for runes. You find a couple of books that document the runes that were utilized by clerics of the Six in terms of how they consecrated and blessed their various temples that were scattered across the island. And some of those particular runes and what they would look like and how they were invoked by the clerics in order to sanctify those locations and or consecrate, sanctify, religious
wouldn't-
mumbo jumbo.
That wouldn't be useful for getting rid of desecrated ground underneath of a tree at all. No, not at all.
And then you do get some. Looks like there's some firmer descriptions of locations because you know that Kinley had gotten leads on a couple of temples scattered around the island, and this sort of corroborates what she had found in the other restricted section, in terms of like their general locations. Like, yeah, those seem to match up with what she found as well. Like, this might be more specific in those locations. You might have an easier time finding them out in the wilderness, even with them being dilapidated ruins at this point. That kind of information is in this book that you've turned up. And that's just in the regular section.
Yeah, Zara's gonna kind of look over to Shelly and, in a hushed tone, but loud enough to be kind of casually overheard. I'm not sure that this place has what we're looking for, Finn.
Uh, yeah. No, we've kind of figured out a lot of this stuff. I mean, maybe if they wouldn't mind just taking a cash payment for some of these, but there's definitely not anything that we've seen so far that matches what we have.
Agreed. And all the trouble we went to get in here, too. And again, I'm trying to make it like we're having a private conversation, but just, loud enough to be overheard, kind of. Because I'm pretty sure she's really keen and listening to anything we have to say and watching us like a hawk, so.
Mm-hmm. And the the dwarf is also being nosy, as he is the one who got you in. He is very much interested in
It
keeping
is
an
a good
eye on considering like he vouched for you essentially. He's a little
It is a good
reluctant.
it is a good collection though, but I'm just not sure it's what we're looking for.
Right.
Dun, dun, dun. So the dwarf catches wind of what you say more so than Cleo does, and he kind of stumbles over and he's just like, I, first of all, I'm very surprised that you don't sound impressed.
Oh
Second
no,
of all, please don't.
please don't want. But we are impressed. Like I said, it is an impressive collection. It's just I don't think it is what we are looking for. I I from your reaction, I expected something like perhaps maybe that we had shown you, but
Well,
these books are, you know, miraculous. However, it's not the same. We're
no, but
looking for older and more in depth.
and
Perhaps you'll. Sorry, go
I,
ahead.
no, you're fine. I mentioned the other. I mean, it's your first time in here. I don't know if you necessarily want to breach that subject with her, but there is the other section. Like he's very like under his breath, trying not to move his lips too much, kind of a thing when he says restricted section.
Well, I mean, do you think it would be a good idea? Do you think it would be better if you perhaps brought it up with her that maybe you think we'd find something more to our liking there? I mean, you know her far better than we do, and probably ever will.
I she may she may ask for the book as collateral. I don't know, like you're
Well,
new, you
she's
haven't bought anything yet. I don't know if
she's already holding the book as collateral, so she already has
no,
all of the
I
power.
I mean like hold on to the book.
Like keep it for access.
Hmm. I don't know if it's more of the same that's here. That's totally not worth it.
Here's the thing, right? Like we are looking for very, very specific items. And the chances of them being in any random bookstore are very low, even the best of bookstores. So it's not a matter of how good your stuff is, it's just that it's not our stuff.
Yes, I think this place is miraculous, and I think that she has done a great service to anyone that is lucky enough to get in here. But
If we lived here, I would be here all the time.
Agreed. There's a wealth of knowledge here that, you just won't find in any normal library. It's just not the type of subjects or in depth that we're looking for.
Well, you can ask her. I don't know what I don't know how she'll take it. What subjects are you so intensely focused on? The
Oh,
I mean, I hesitate to stand in one shop and recommend another sister's, but perhaps you're just in the wrong niche.
our clients are highly motivated by ancient writings involving the Divine Six and the religion surrounding it and the pilgrimages made in this land to worship them, and also ancient celestial, as you've seen in the book that you've already perused of Oz, and celestial runes. However, these, like this book here, and I sort of point out the one that talked about the shrines.
Hmm.
Most of this information we already gleaned from one of the books in the restricted section of the archive. It goes into a little more detail, but I don't think our client would come out knowing too much more for that amount of money than what's already available. You, as a collector, know that when you pay a good price for something, you want it to be rare and unique and special. And these are all very rare and unique. I'm just not so sure that level of special.
There's a stark difference between the restricted section of the archive where you can browse for a little while and having this in your personal library. I would it must you must understand that that too carries a premium of its own.
Oh, absolutely. However, I think the premium for, like said book is too low than what we're looking for. They expect miracles from us in what we deliver them. And that's kind of more of a blessing than a miracle. But as you said, perhaps there is a deal to be made. Well, I'll go speak with her. And worry not, Master Dwarf. I will do nothing to defame or misuse the trust that you've placed in us. As I think about dislocating her shoulder. No, just kidding.
You son of a I will never build a bookshop for you again. Ungrateful.
Yeah,
Ungrateful.
uh, I'll head over and go to have a chat with her. Um, so, are you enjoying perusing our book?
Uh, it's a interesting subject material for sure. The goes quite a bit beyond uh, some of the other titles currently on our shelf. I'm
I've noticed that, and
still woefully dismayed at the state of this thing. You could have at least taken it to a
yes,
restorationist. I mean, my God, look at this thing.
it it will be properly restored before being delivered to the client.
Mm.
I would like to tell you, and I know Finn as well, and I kind of motion over to Finn, who's over there by the dwarf, I guess still looking through the shelves. I'm very impressed by your collection. It is definitely one of the better collection of old books that we have ever seen. But I'm not sure that there's anything on the shelves that we've seen that sort of match up to what we've got right there. Are we missing a section?
And she kind of eyeballs towards the dwarf a little bit, and I I have a shelf that a book like this would call home. It She's still like crestfallen at the state of this book. I cannot emphasize that
Yes.
enough. How much they're all very much just like, who did this to the how no respect for the book. Um, she's like, it would have to be extensively restored, but I have a home for a book of this nature, and it would not live alone.
Hmm. Would it be possible to perhaps meet its possible future companions?
Go for a persuasion check at advantage. I
Okay.
feel so bad for these NPCs that you're going to wind up giving them this book and then turning it to ash, and you're gonna be super pissed.
It's a 16.
Okay.
You know how hard it is for Czar to be this like
It's fine. I won't turn
dealing
it to
with.
ash until we get to like level 6.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case,
Hope that's not anytime soon, Kim.
yeah.
Yeah, that'll
30
give her
minutes later.
time. See, that'll give time for that dwarf to show how much he lusts after that book, and by the time the book disappears, she'll think he took.
Wow, that is extra evil.
Wow.
You, sir, are a bastard.
But
Um,
I'm impressed by the way you're gonna do it.
Yeah, no, I'm. This has been very excellent approach all around. Um, this shelf is exclusively for purchase. This is not a library shelf.
Understood. That is more down our alley. Anyway, as if we were to part with that or come to some arrangement, we would be looking for something to have for our client if we ever get off this island.
Just a moment, and she steps out of her cage, locking it behind her, and she walks around to the two gentlemen who are sitting quietly reading, and she leans in and whispers in their ear, and they finish up what they're doing, close their books, put them down on the little side table, and excuse themselves from the bound memory, and then boop, 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 through the gate, up the stairs, out the door, they're gone.
And she turns into Becky, doesn't she? It's Becky.
Motherfucking Becky, she's here again. Finnegan gets a twitch while he's still sleeping.
Yeah, they wake up in a cold sweat. Becky.
God, Becky.
No,
I can just
Happens to
imagine
him every time we have
Becky,
lunch.
Becky's just looking at me when I'm sleeping. I wake up, she's like, "Hello there." No!
No, my lungs can't take it. No.
it's okay. So they excuse themselves, and she, like, the dwarf hesitates to leave on his own, and she looks him over, and it's just like, if they come through, I won't forget it. And he kind of nods, and he leaves too. And then she walks over to that particular shiny aura of wall that Shelly noticed with their detect magic.
And they just keep pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling, and this bookshelf just keeps going.
No,
You really want one of those, don't you?
I want a Rolodex everywhere you go now of
I
just
did it
magical items.
one time on a spur of the moment thought that
And
popped
I
into my
loved
head,
it.
and
And I
now
loved
all of
it.
a sudden everywhere's got a magical Rolodex shelf that goes on forever.
And now he wants Bruce Almighty filing cabinet every time.
Every time we go anywhere.
I'm just saying,
Um,
it was a great invention on your part to bring into the campaign. I love it. You should totally do it more often.
But then you'll spend like 8 sessions flipping through it one record at a time. Like
Depending on the material, who knows?
how much longer is this drawer? About 250 feet. Okay. Flip, 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 flip. Like God. So she has you stand aside and does some stuff to the wall, and you hear a like hiss, like an airlock release kind of a thing, like like a pressure release. And the wall opens up, and you can tell that this entire room is basically like drowning in preservation magic. Like the contents of this room, you could hit it with some sort of like time skip spell, and the books wouldn't age a nanosecond. Like they're that level of preserve. The humidity is perfect. The temperature is perfect. They're, like it's super duper primo. That's why she's kind of like, this book would go on this shelf, but it's got to look a lot better before it does, kind of a thing. Because this is the room. And she kind of gestures you in,
Okay.
and you see 2 bookshelves. No Becky. There's no Becky.
Lies. There's
There's
always
no Becky. There is
There's
no
always
Becky in. There is no Becky in the bound memory. She could not. She could not afford the admission fee.
She's a succubus. She can get in.
That's why she has the Yetis digging for gold in the mountains, so she can get
Yes,
into the
she's
secret
getting
room.
money. She's digging for
Yes.
money. But why would she
Alright.
be digging where like monks are poor?
So 2 bookshelves. 2 bookshelves.
Yeah, 2 bookshelves and a reading table on which there is a book on display, which is just sort of like opened to a page in the middle. And
Okay.
says, as I said, this is not a library shelf. And she steps out of the room.
Oh, okay. Anything on the subjects we were looking for?
Go ahead and roll your investigation checks again, all at advantage.
Oh.
There's only 6 books on each shelf. That's it.
Oh, fuck me.
You still got lucky. Give it another go.
That's 2. I only have 1 lucky left.
I mean, it's like 6 feet.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to use it. What is with these fucking rolls? This is at advantage.
I'm just impressed you rolled a 2 and a 3 back. Oh.
fuck
He's a
me
14,
in the
dude.
Face. Yeah, well, yeah.
Looks like
You went to all this trouble. You literally spent 4 hours getting into this room,
Yes.
and then you rolled a 4 and a 5 with advantage.
Yeah.
well, 7 and a 7 now.
So one more from you, Shelly, and then we'll have our 3 and 3.
Oh,
Yes!
thank fucking god.
I think her subject matter was a little bit different though.
So I will give you the opportunity, since you rolled a natural 20 there, Shelly, to pick which of the 3 subjects the natural 20 applies to. Because you are in like the room at the moment. You haven't gotten a description of the room yet in terms of the contents, but you are in the room.
The room.
I feel like the pilgrimage has to be it.
Okay.
The locations.
Yeah.
Anything
And
on the
especially-
pilgrimage.
So, because it's just me and Czar here, I would try to explain that if we do find something that definitively tells us where each of these things is, there is good reason for us to make sure we walk out with it so that other parties don't.
Agreed.
I mean, if they have not already made it here.
I don't know. I don't think Bardolphus would make it past the Sanderson sister.
I'm telling you, a lot of succubus power get you far.
I mean, they more or less told us that they know as little as we do, because if they knew where they were, then they'd already be destroyed.
Yeah.
Actually, very
So.
true. Well, they could all be at all the pillars right now.
All
with
right.
armies.
All right. All right.
And
So yes.
did also mention that she threw out people who were trying to leave
Yes.
with items that were not theirs.
Pilgrimage.
I would be very interested to find out who those people were.
Do they have video
Um,
cameras?
Yes, our fantasy D&D campaign.
They're
As much as I very much bent the laws of what applies to a fantasy campaign, does not have security cameras.
Oh, okay.
Sure they do. It's called scrying orbs.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Just an arcane eye in every corner is going
Yeah,
like
she
that.
sits behind her desk with a palantir.
Yeah.
Casually with a pellet. Super casually.
So, you, let's see. So you've got.
We get it all. We
I'm
get
looking. I'm looking. It's your three best rolls. Were a 14, a 7, and a 5.
Mm-hmm.
And then Shelly had a 13, a 17, and the natural 20 for 23,
Yep.
which is going to apply to the pilgrimage. So
I'm just glad Shelly can roll, and she doesn't need lucky.
yeah. So
That
Zara,
magic
you
roll
went
22s.
Divine 6, pilgrimage with the 14, and then a
Runes.
7 on the runes. So, you see, like, once you guys stop and take stock of this room, you realize that, like, holy crap, there are books in this room that would, like, cost her head if anyone knew that she had them, kind of books. Like, these are very, very ancient, very, very rare, very, very not okay books to have anymore.
It's
They're
total heresy.
Yeah.
First-hand accounts of saints and
yeah, well and beyond, and also not just in subjects of religion. There's other historical accounts and other kinds of books but you don't really have time to stop and browse, right? You know that you're on a bit of a clock, but you can tell that, like, the content in this room is worth hundreds of thousands of platinum if you try to walk out with the whole shelf, kind of a thing. Like, holy crap, this place is ridiculous. So you do, between the two of you, you spot what looks like it's the Divine 6 equivalent of a Bible.
The fuck?
Like, not urban legends, not folklore variations. Like, this is the book according to the Divine 6, like the official religious text that a common person would have.
Jesus.
It's, fully breaks down all of their sort of prophecy and wisdom and how the religion is practiced, and just, like, if you were gonna try to jumpstart the faith, this would be your how-to guide.
Oh my god.
Okay.
You then continue scanning through the shelf, and you see a book that is an explicit account of the pilgrimage. Where to go, what to do when you get there, what the rituals are for each location in order to properly show your reverence to each of the pilgrimage sites. It does also tell you where the fifth one is.
Just start taking notes. Lots of notes.
You don't have time for that. You
We
don't.
don't
You
have
don't
time
have-
for that.
You don't have time for that. And then, because you put the natural 20 on the pilgrimage. So like this is the definitive guide to the pilgrimage. This is what you would need to walk right up to every pillar and and like knock on the iron dome and be like, "Yep, that's where that is," and turn around and walk away.
That's where that is.
Okay.
Because yeah, you nailed it. You spent 4 hours getting yourself into this room, and then you managed to pull a natural 20 on your investigation. So that is the book that you find on the pilgrimage. As far as the runes go, you find like the book that you found out in the regular section in terms of talking was sort of a reference guide for the clerics to sort of like how they would consecrate places in sort of a more of like a priestly duty, but with the power of the divine six. This is sort of a training manual for clerics. If you wanted to like if you wanted to the Bible would be your guide to how to restart the faith for a general parishioner, quote unquote. I'm throwing terminology around fast and loose here, but for a general like practitioner of the faith, you would need that guide. This book would be how to tap into the divine of the six and their various domains to restart the order of clerics for each of the six.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Like, this is the room.
Jesus Christ. Well, if Finnegan
So-
learns about this, he's never gonna spend another gold coin until he can get back in here and just buy what he can.
We'll never get back in here again.
Not
The
if
second-
you do it. Not if you do what you thought about doing. You sure as hell aren't gonna get back in here.
The second and third book are the most important ones, I think.
Not the Bible?
All of them are
No,
important.
No, because if the clerics can tap into the gods, then the gods can give direction to the cleric and rewrite the Bible.
It's true.
Yeah, but they need to have enough faith to have enough power for the clerics to tap into.
We're already
Right,
working
cleric-
on that.
The clerics can't tap into an empty well. Just
Yes.
being
But-
transparent about how that works.
Yeah,
They can
yeah.
tap into a weeping well, I bet.
Nah.
But yeah, book 2 and 3, I think, are the most important. What do you
I
think, Shelley?
Yeah, I think book 2 is definitely the one we're looking for.
But a follow-up would be
I can't imagine how much the price tag.
yeah, I know.
She gives us 5K, you don't have enough.
So do we take the books we want out there to her, or do we wait for her to come back, or what are we doing?
I
here?
would say that maybe we have one person go ask her, as opposed to walking out with it.
Don't touch it, don't touch it, don't touch it, don't touch it.
Yeah,
Danger.
it's a good idea. Finn, do you want to go collect her?
Sure. This isn't terrifying at all.
I'm actually going to behave, and I'm going to go look at the book put on display that's meant for looking at on the desk. Well, Shelley, they go get
Yeah.
the Sanderson sister.
I'll go out and speak to Cleo. Is she like waiting right outside the room, or?
She's close by. Yeah, you can see that she's sort of like putting away the books that the random guys were reading and just sort of tidying up the stacks close to the door that you went through. She's not going far, but she's just kind of tidying up and giving you the opportunity to look without letting you run wild on the place.
So, that That room is definitely something special. Um,
I've worked very, very hard to make it so, and to keep it so.
it definitely looks like you have. It's a work of art. Um, it's actually got a couple books that we would be very interested in. Um, what would the terms of such an arrangement be?
Well, your tome plus offsetting some of the costs to bring it into alignment with the other contents of that room, as I'm sure you've seen the marked difference in quality.
That's fair.
If only you had a mend spell.
And risk taking the ink off the pages.
It doesn't delete the ink. It just destroys it. That just repairs, destroy things.
Now,
There's debate on that, whether it would restore the paper to its original blank quality or not.
as an player to DM question,
Mm-hmm.
out of character,
Sure.
the Book of Shadows,
Mm-hmm.
is it even able to be restored or whatever? Like, would that be something that Shelley would expect to work, or is it because they just decided this is what it looks like, that's just what it looks like?
Well, I mean,
Like, is the gig gonna be up if they say go ahead and restore it?
I mean, it doesn't matter because they don't know what we really look like. So
That's fair. However, so the thought did run through my mind that if we do get one of these books, we have to stick it in that packaging and basically never take it out and leave anytime we do, so that they can't use a locate object spell on it. But
or keep it in a bag of holding.
You gotta read
Something.
it somehow.
yeah, we go someplace, read it, put it away, and run before the teleportation comes in. But
mm-hmm.
like,
Yeah, when the assassins just bamf in next to you and are just like, oh, hello.
I mean, if we could just even get an hour with one of those books.
it is a book. Like the description of it is very vague. So the appearance of the book is how you originally described it. I would say that while it's manifested on this plane, it is a book of the, like, in that sense, so it could potentially be
Restored.
worked on by a restorationist, preservationist type expert, but I think that might, once it's under that level of scrutiny, the gig might be up pretty quick. Because the book is that old, but at the same time, it's not. It's manifested as an ancient tome. It's not actually
Right.
aged in the material plane, so they
'Cause, I mean,
might set off an alarm bell or two.
Shelley's sitting here thinking that what this book gives them at this moment is just 3 extra cantrips.
Mhm.
It doesn't actually do much compared to having a map to all of the pilgrimage sites.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, in their
Trades-
mind right
trades-
now, they are
trade-
absolutely up for trading this book and just not taking it back.
Mhm.
Ever. It's all
Because the
yours.
risk of taking it back is so great compared to what we would be getting from it.
Mhm.
But at the same time, if it's going to be exposed very quickly anyway, then it's probably not worth that risk.
Yeah, you're not 100% sure. It would be a risk in that regard. Once somebody's really putting this thing under a microscope, there's a chance that they notice discrepancies in the, like, providence of the book. But you don't know for sure. That it's not your field of expertise to where you'd really be able to say for sure.
So I will let her know that we're ready to discuss uh, terms of trade. But I would like to do so with my partner. Um, and once we do that, I want to see if there's a way that we can turn the conversation back to the people who tried to walk out
Mhm.
and see if I can get a judge of which side of things she would be on.
Oh, in the sense of like whose team would she be on
Yeah,
potentially? That kind
yeah.
of a thing. I gotcha.
I think she's on the team of the books.
Yeah,
Well,
This is very
right,
true.
but
very sternly on Team Libers. But yeah, so that's doable. So she will tell you to leave the book right where it is. And a pair of mage hands will pick up the book and carry it out very carefully. It's been a long time since this book left this room. I'm impressed by your taste. It's rather discerning. The mage hands kind of floated over to her desk back in the cage area.
did
Yeah,
a little unseen
Zara's
sword in
wanting
action.
to.
Yeah.
Zara's gonna want to discuss that second book too. The one about the clerics.
We don't. You don't even have money to like keep it for an hour.
It doesn't matter. It's a Zar thing. Remember, he's hell bent on fixing this shit, so that's gonna be a priority for him.
Yeah, you can have that conversation. That's more than fine. We're gonna start with what we're doing first, and we'll work our way down. So she's kind of thinking about how late it is, and do you have some time that you can wait?
What would we be waiting for?
I'll send for my restorationist so he can assess how much it may cost to make this happen. It's like Pawn Stars. I gotta call my guy.
I
to
know
come
a
down
guy.
here.
I know a guy that happens to be in this field of line of work.
You know,
I
that
happen to
guy's-
know a guy.
That guy never works out in the favor of the person that's not the pawn shop owner, though.
Yeah.
And Zar would know this.
I mean, what I've seen one
Having dealt
episode
with-
where it was in the favor of it, but the guy's like, I can't sell it.
Having dealt with many fences before,
Fences. She would be deeply insulted if you called her a fence.
well, I'm glad she can't read my mind.
I know. I'm just saying. Like, how dare you, sir? I am a fine proprietor of rare antique books. Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what you two discussed while I was in the room by myself.
I would put forth the suggestion of the tome that you walked in here with and help offset the cost to bring it in line with the rest of my collection, as she gestures to the book that is like miles better kept than the book that you handed her originally.
Tell me, what is the normal cost for a restoration? General ballpark.
Well, that's why I would like to bring him in to see this.
If you were to guess.
There you go, trying to get me to give you a number prematurely.
I think at this point we're beyond premature assumptions. And we're so very close to a deal.
It's if we were discussing a contribution to the library, it would be easier to guesstimate the restoration. This is for that shelf.
Have you had books for that shelf restored before?
I have, but never from quite this level. It's
So,
I'm not even.
Estimate on the high end.
I don't even know if you could do it. It's. You had the opportunity to describe this book as pristine, and you missed it because you didn't know you were gonna need this. But, if only you had, right? She would have been throwing herself at you. It's just,
What's on the book?
Hi- Hindsight 2020. Also, don't confront a big, bulky, elf too. We've done a lot of terrible things in our lives.
yeah,
Shh, you're
yeah,
passed out drunk.
yeah, you're passed out drunk. I
I mean,
Real-
if we are waiting for the specialist to come, maybe we can have a little discussion in the meantime.
Sure. I'm
How
not
long?
sure what you would want to discuss. I could also extend the courtesy of the use of the library while he's gone. The library, mind you.
Mm.
How long will it take for this appraisal or restorationist to take a look at the book?
May take a half hour or so to get him here, and just if another for him to thoroughly inspect the book and give me a good answer.
Would you permit, with the utmost care taken, of course, during this time for me to peruse the second book that we're interested in getting as well during this time?
I said the library.
Yes, and we're looking at a potential second sell as well for cash, not trade. We're both operating on good faith here. I'm not going to damage your book. I would not be able to steal this book.
No, I don't imagine you could, but a clever man with a keen mind can walk out of here with a book without leaving with a book.
Mm.
I can guarantee you my mind isn't that keen.
All the same, the policy is the policy. Those books are not for leisure reading.
The first 10 pages only.
Make a persuasion check.
Not including the index or the glossary.
Not including the table of
Yeah.
contents, the
Yeah,
attributions page, the title page, the
yeah.
I mean,
the copywriters.
None of that shit. We want real reading.
roll 20, please, for once in your life.
Ooh, not bad.
I've seen worse from you earlier tonight,
Mm-hmm.
multiple times.
Yeah, where was this shit earlier?
Last 4 rolls, actually.
Yeah. I always get the good rolls after I use my luckies, so I just should use all of my luckies whenever I do my first roll of the night, so I get good rolls for the rest of the night.
You should probably just see if you can trade that feed out.
Hey, is there a- is
It's
there
not
a
living
way-
up to its name, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Ew.
just sort of slide that one back across the table.
Can I get a refund? I have my receipt.
Ten pages, no notes.
No notes.
All right.
Deal. Guys, hopefully we'll be able to train one cleric. For one god.
If you can remember it.
I mean, we got the angels, it's fine.
It's fun. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Have enough information to at least get it in my mind for the right questions to ask the angels about it, so.
the right angel.
Let's do this.
Unless we let all the demons out.
I mean, I assume we're gonna let them all out by accident somehow.
So while he's reading, I would like to talk to Cleo. And you mentioned before people walking out with things that don't belong to them. Was it at all related to this kind of subject matter? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, as you yourselves emphasized, anonymity is something we all cherish.
Damn it.
But yes, they were quite keen on that particular shelf of my library. Not that shelf, mind you. They didn't walk in here with quite the item you did, but they
No, I don't
tried.
imagine they did.
They tried to exploit the kindness of my library, and I did not appreciate it.
Nor should you.
You're reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, shut up. You're
I
busy.
can still weigh in. I did put on gloves and stuff, by the way, because I'm sure she made me. But
Yes, you
you're drunk.
absolutely.
You're drunk and
Like,
asleep.
If anything, she has an unseen servant turning the page for you, and is like, you, eyes, no fingers, eyes only. You read with your eyes, not with your hands, right?
Unless you're blind.
Oh, okay, fair enough. But I don't,
Well-
I don't think this was a braille copy.
That's not true, because if they have blind sense, I guess they don't need to read with their hands.
You can't read if you have blind sense.
Yeah, blind sense doesn't let you read. It's not how that works. But anyway, so yeah, just
Yeah, we've run into some of these folks ourselves, looking for the same kind of information. I'm glad that they didn't get back into that room. Things could have gotten a little unexpected for you
oh no,
if they knew about it.
if they were attempting to abuse that room, they would not have gone anywhere. They would not have just been removed from my store.
Oh, shit.
It's good to know.
You don't cross the sisters. Ever.
Do you know much about the Divine Six and the pilgrimage and
I may know a fair bit. I've collected my collection with due diligence, and I like to consider myself knowledgeable.
is that a personal interest or just for the sake of knowledge?
Oh no, we all have our niche. We all have our hobbies, darling.
Not our paladin.
Hey, shut it.
No hobbies for her.
She's a princess of the group. You expect her to have a hobby? Yeesh.
Have you heard anything about what's been going on out there with the dome and the tree at Rhodus? Hang on.
And that's why you're not in the room right now. Like,
You would have got us all. You would have got us all killed.
yeah, how's,
There
how's
is there's a reason the scoundrel and the friend maker are the ones that went on this mission.
yeah, how's that 500 pounds of iron working out for you?
Burn.
Also, demanding to do the negotiating as well afterwards.
Yeah. So anyway, I may not share your optimism at having the dome down sooner rather than later.
Oh, Why not? As page turns.
It's how well versed in this are you?
She's a cultist. Ah!
As I said, there was a certain amount of interest in this subject already.
Uh, it's safe to say our client has a very vested interest. I hesitate to say much more just because, I mean, it could get me in trouble. And
A lot of this could get us in trouble. I heard there's
yes.
keepers in Rhodus.
Well, I'm talking more about my client, my patron. And
Wow.
Yeah.
Truthful. Like it.
so if I were to say who my client was, that could very much sway the conversation in one way or the other.
Yeah, and I kind of turn my head to Shelly as they say that, and I'm going to say, very selectively, if you see a pair of horns, you don't just reach out and grab hold of them.
Well, you did at least go for the divine rather the infernal on my shelf. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to keep sort of a stiff upper lip for the sake of my sisters, but we're in something of an end times. If you'll indulge a bit of apocalypse.
Absolutely. Please.
The stakes have never been higher.
According to what I've gleaned from my collection, there are some very unfortunate residents of this island, and the presence of the dome indicates that several of them are on a bit of a walkabout.
Now, when you say unfortunate residents, unfortunate for them, or unfortunate for the rest of us?
I would imagine a bit of both from their perspective. I would certainly not particularly happy to be on this side of the dome with them, but such is the lot in life. You build your shop, you don't just walk away from it, even when you should run away from it.
That's true. We all build the foundation of our lives on pillars and hope that they don't fall.
Wow.
Wow, you just fucking wow. Okay.
We are playing that game. We are playing that game hard.
I mean,
We might make an ally here and not have to cheat her at all, you know. So why not go that route? Make a friend for once.
Czar's first friend in 20
Once.
something years.
He's only 20-something years old.
Shelley's this close to dropping Ambriel's name, so
Oh my god.
I mean, I don't know what you guys want to do. You're still technically in a black market underground, very literally underground bookshop. Like, if you want to
Trapped.
be like, hey, by the way, we're like totally on the side of the angels, but we also happen to be keepers. Like, I don't know what that's gonna do. You're gonna just being honest. It's gonna be a thing. We're gonna.
oh, I wasn't
Let's
gonna
see
bring
how
up
the
the
conver-
keepers.
Yeah, let's see how the conversation goes. I mean, I'm enjoying this whole roundabout conversation to see, like,
I am enjoying
so-
too.
Can I get an insight onto her to see if she's
A keeper?
like which side she's playing for,
Sure.
if any side at all?
Yeah, you can give an insight check on that.
I can't help. I'm reading my book while talking.
You are nice. So you can tell from kind of her tone and demeanor that she very much is not a fan of what the cultists are up to. She's not thrilled that the dome is up. She's not thrilled at the fact that that means that someone's actively dismantling the prison. She's very much I'm trying to think of the right word. I mean, disquieted by the prospect
Sure.
of trying to make sure I'm using that word properly. Uh yes, I am using that word properly.
I feel
Hooray
like
for
you're
me.
one of those people that like, I think I'm gonna do a crossword and just come up with new word meanings.
um so yeah, so she's very much anxious and on edge at the prospect of the demon queen getting out while she's still on this side of the um while she's still on this side of the dome is very much like a shit. At least mom's on the outside kind of a thing. Not that that's going to do her much good if we get that far. Like you can tell that if your assumption that the people she threw out were cultists, if that is true, you would fully understand why. Um, like she's familiar with both the divine and infernal sides of the war, but she very much leans on like Team 6.
What was her response to the line I dropped? Because that's where we left off, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was where things kind of sidestepped. Can you repeat it for me? Do you remember what it was exactly?
Yes.
I know the gist of it was mentioning the pillars kind of sideways, but
I forgot exactly what
It
I
was
said.
something like
but
building our lives on foundations of pillars and hoping they don't fall.
yeah, it was something close to that.
yes.
It was very slick. I liked it.
It was a good line.
Yeah, it was. I appreciated that.
Write that down for later.
Yeah. Okay. So she at that her ears perk up especially at that mention and kind of do you know of the loss of have you felt such loss yourself or witnessed such loss yourself?
I think that all would feel such a loss. It's like a tree you have seen growing and blossoming throughout your life, one day withering away in the blink of an eye.
Okay. Make a persuasion check at advantage real quick.
Okay. This is where Roll20's gonna fuck me again. I can
I-
always talk this smooth shit, but the dice never like me.
I know we're running long here, and I know we're not really doing much with everyone else. Do you guys want to keep going with this? And we're kind of dragging you guys along here.
It's fine. I mean, I had an entire session and a half for just me and Shelly, so I don't.
Okay, I just wanted to check because like we're pushing out towards midnight my time, and I know you guys haven't done anything in a while because we've been role playing for like 3 hours. So
Sorry,
I
it's my fault.
feel a little bad, but this is good stuff. That's fair. And I look forward to having that conversation. So she kind of ups her volume a little bit and Make it 20 pages. And the unseen servant keeps flipping.
Look, I'm gonna have to roll something because at something like that would kind of tempt Czar to actually be like, all right, look.
Oh God.
I mean, I'm real close anyway.
Ah, my.
I
Well,
can't untie my bag.
Well, Kidley,
I'll roll
Lucy,
it for you.
Finnegan, looks like it's a 3-person campaign now. They're trapped down there for the rest of their lives.
Okay, yeah. He's gonna ask the unseen. Could you stop for a moment? And he's gonna kind of turn and look toward her. There's only 4 left. And we have it on great authority that those are actively being sought to be toppled as well.
The information in that book, even if we were just to take a few notes on it, would help us greatly in managing to quell some of your anxieties about the
And-
destruction of this island.
And I don't know how well connected you are, but in Rhodus they are trying to reinstitute the religion to the Divine Six in order to restore that pillar and give power to the magics holding back those unfortunate residents of this island. Which is why 10 pages was better than none.
I'm aware of those efforts. The sudden spike of interest in the Divine Six and she kind of rolls her eyes a little bit, legends associated therein doesn't travel far before it travels through me. Though my understanding is that that effort is being led by keepers who suspended the decree within that kingdom allowing resumption of faith.
That's what we heard as well. She came as quite a shock.
I imagine it did.
And I'm gonna look at Czar and
I'm
Do you
just gonna look at. I'm just gonna look at you back, and if we're having this exchange of glances, it's his response is gonna be. It couldn't get much worse at this point.
You've said this, and yet we've ran into a demon general. Like,
That's, I mean, that,
Hey,
to be fair though, this has been going significantly better than that went.
Yeah.
Nobody's grabbed an axe yet.
And
We're
to be
not running
fair,
yet.
Kelly and Czar hasn't put our party in mortal danger yet by themselves on the lead they were following.
I love we could
So-
say, yet.
Third time is the charm, guys. Let's
Yeah.
hope.
So I'll look back at her and say, does the name Ambriel mean anything to you? I don't know where Shelly's voice went. It just disappeared. It's been gone for a while.
Yeah, it's late. We've been at this for a while. Everybody's kind of at the kind of trail end of their energy, I think.
Whatever. Just saving it.
Yeah, you fell asleep in the middle of one of the streams once. I don't think you need to throw stones about running low on energy.
I remember.
But I am familiar with that name, but I think we need to perhaps put our cards a bit more on the table. You came into my shop as procurement for collectors, and now you tell me that I can help you ease my anxiety as though you plan to put the contents of these books to application rather than to collection. So I have to cast aside our beloved anonymity and dig deeper on who you're supposedly procuring these books for. And the unseen servant kind of hesitates to turn the next page.
Well,
As
I kind of turned.
her tone has gotten a little more stern, and he's kind of
Well,
like.
remember, I asked it to pause and I turned to face her. So
No, I got you, but it's like reluctant to do anything at that point.
If you want cards on the table, and I'll like kind of glance at Zar to see if he's gonna be like, before I do this.
he's gonna reply, and noticing the look from Shelley, he's gonna say, "The books for the benefit of everyone on this island and beyond it."
The word patron is definitely more appropriate than the word client in my case. The collection is more for use. However, we were still planning to properly accommodate your needs as a business.
We have no intentions of trying to take anything that isn't offered fairly. Because at the end of the day, they are yours. And it's not our right to try and take them. And he's gonna give Shelly the look back like, no, you're not gonna do what I am. And he's going to stand up and drop his disguise.
Okay.
See, but you don't have the glowy tattoos.
Yes, I do. It's on the side of my neck.
Well, the other glowy tattoo.
Yeah.
So obviously she's taken a bit aback at that.
We are keepers. The same ones that reinstituted the religion, and the same ones trying to stop more pillars from falling. We're not going to demand you help us, but we would like you to.
I mean, cards on the table. I'm not sure I really want to call myself that.
We've learned a lot on this island being separated from the propaganda machine of the Empire. And we know the fears of keepers is well deserved. But being perfectly honest with you, We're scared shitless about what's to come, and we're looking for any way at all possible to try and combat it.
We may be keepers, but here on this island, especially, we've actually taken a different title as Defenders of the Six. And that book that you have out there of mine is actually my book. And it was written by Ambriel, the angel.
So, DM, how do you take this unload of massive information?
Don't ruin the moment, WizKid. Let her think and respond.
As I thought I had made clear enough, I'm well versed in the celestial that your book is written in. I know its contents and its purpose. And I was wondering if you had the virtue it would warrant to admit the nature of your book instead of just leaving and turning it to ash on me. So I appreciate you not completing this transaction on pretense.
I would have felt really bad about it if it makes any matter to you. We really just needed to see if there was anything here that we might need to protect from people who really should need it.
And we had to be sure that before anything else, in having this conversation, that you were not one of the people we're trying to stop. No offense intended.
Well, I'm slightly offended regardless. Those.
We needed a way to see what you had. We didn't
Uh,
mean to.
Offend you. No.
Yeah.
And I know it is offensive. But we really haven't had much to go on because the Empire has scrubbed so much history away. It's like piecing together a puzzle that all of the pieces have been scattered to the four corners of the earth
And lit on fire.
and drowned before being buried in a brick.
Yes, and
It's real hard.
my family and I have painstakingly spent our lives and then some collecting those pieces and trying to put the picture back together. So I know that pain all too well. But perhaps did sorry. Did you show her your badge or did you just tell her your keepers?
We told her. I mean, if she asks to see it, I'll show it. I'll whip it out.
Well, I know because she would know your rank if you showed her your badge. She would be able. She would automatically know your rank because she would know what the ranks are. That's why I was asking.
No, we didn't show it.
Okay. Well,
If she asked to see it, he would show it to her.
So then it would be something to the effect of if the next generation of keepers are more like yourselves, perhaps they are not lost from their cause completely.
That's where Czar would say, well, we are the next generation of keepers, and he would show the badge.
Okay. honestly, I don't know how we're going to balance the books on this one. This is, I would imagine you rather need your supposed donation to my library.
I mean, yes, and can I just. Sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and drop mine too, just because all cards on the table.
Surprise turtle.
I'm sorry for any, you know, deception that we put you through and everything. It's it's useful, um, and I would need it back eventually. If you have something you could use it for in the meantime, then I would be willing to offer that. Really, what we're really looking for is mostly the locations. Um, the rest of it can come and go over time or anything. But what I would really like to walk out of here with is knowledge of where we need to go to stop these cultists from doing any more damage.
If you could suspend your role on not allowing us to peruse the books, we wouldn't need to take any with us. We could get the information we need, and
And we will absolutely keep it safe.
So you get the location of the remaining 3 pillars. What are you going to do about it?
Stop them from being destroyed.
secure them the best we can. And with this information, I kind of look over to the book that the unseen servants kind of like mid-page turning and had kind of stopped, and give some assistance to those in Rhodes on how to reconstitute the religion and perhaps even restore that pillar. There are sacraments and rituals in here that could quite possibly clear the defiled ground which is keeping us from reinstituting the pillar there.
I mean, best case, we bring back the whole faith.
In worst case, we die trying to fight this and it happens anyway, but at least we're giving it our best shot.
I I struggle with the execution of it. Is I don't want to pretend to be some sort of master strategist of war. That's not my field of expertise. I'd have to visit a different sister for that. But you can't be everywhere at once. And
No,
if you station an army outside the gate, the location of the gate becomes known.
we don't need to station an army. All we need is someone to keep watch. And it doesn't even need to be the same person each day. But just word that something is encroaching upon it can give us enough time to get there and deal with it. When the pillar in Rhodes failed, we had no idea that these pillars even existed. Now we do, and we know the signs we're looking for of them being assaulted, but as we found out in Rhodes, once they're being assaulted, there's no guarantee we can stop it. But knowing these locations and where to go, how to get there, and possibly devise better ways to defend them, we have a chance. And yes, happy April Fools. It was Becky all along!
I was about to type that in the chat. Cleo shapeshifts and she was Becky the whole time. Fooled you fuckers. Poof, and she disappeared. No, that would be so cruel. I would feel horrible as a DM if I took you through 5 hours of roleplay to get you in this room and then said, haha, the book's a fake. Poof. Like, oh, that'd be horrible. I'm sure somebody somewhere in a forum would have thought that was a good thing to do to their players because there's people like that out there and I know it. But no, that's terrible. So we'll forego the restoration fee. We both know there's no point in that. Though, honestly, a blessing such as this, and this is how you, ugh, she's still mildly disgusted at you for this. The state of this book.
I mean, I could ask her for a better one.
I would have. You really should. I mean, show it some respect. Give it some reverence. I'm sure that they could accommodate you. But I'll keep my books. You make a donation to the library, monetary. Something for upkeep of my preservation efforts. And you leave me your tome for a while so that I can read it more deeply. In exchange, you can take notes from the pilgrimage book that you are going to attempt to purchase from me.
Might I offer something? I don't know how extensive your own capabilities are, but one of the gifts that Ambriel has given me to help her in combating this threat is the ability to read any writing. If you happen to have any books that you need translations of, I could help you out with that.
And if you would like some extra protection, perhaps against unsavory demonic types, I may be able to pound a couple into your bars. I sort of pull my collar back and show the rune that's tattooed on the side of my neck. A little bit of old demon stay at bay magic, perhaps. And as I say that, I'm kind of glancing back to the book, the cleric training manual.
Mm-hmm. So, the prospect of hammering some runes into her bars, her sort of like librarian cage, doesn't seem of much interest. Even if you could, I wouldn't be able to invoke such magics. I've spent my fair share of time studying them, and I just haven't been able to crack that particular brand of magic.
I could perhaps maybe help, considering I was trained by one of the Celestials to do so. And I go big. and then back down to normal. It, it's got its quirks though.
Yes. Do mind the ceilings. I don't want to have to bring in someone to plaster.
No, no, nor do we want to have to pay for that.
I would imagine not. But you can read any written language. She walks herself into the room. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. And she goes to a um like up to one of the bookcases and slides the bookcase aside.
A secret room in a secret room. I
Yeah.
love this chick.
And she very, very carefully removes a book that just oozes with evil.
Oh
Like,
god, it's the Book of All Darkness.
no, it's not.
The Necronomicon.
It's the Black Bible. It's the Demon Bible.
Essentially, well, you don't know that yet.
Mm.
But it's very malevolent. Like, it just gives you the willies just looking at it.
Has black smoke.
Yeah, like, it's just, if you, yeah, it's nasty. I've spent the time to learn archaic infernal, yet I still can't make heads or tails of this particular tome. I'm not sure of what it is or what it's for, but it's here, and I don't know what to do with it other than hide it behind a wall inside of a room that's hidden inside of a room that's hidden inside of a room.
I'd say that that's probably warranted. I would hesitate to read it out loud, even in common. But I could take a look and tell you what it's for.
So she moves it over to the table, closes up the book that was on display, sets it aside, and opens up that book and puts it on display. And says, I would agree with your assessment not to read it out loud, but knowing what I managed to get my hands on is I I have to know. I can't pass up this opportunity. I need to know what this is.
Sure. Uh, maybe I can take some notes for you while my partner here takes some notes on the others.
No, no, no. I
No
I don't
notes.
I don't want the contents of this book to be outside of this book. I have a
Okay.
I have
No,
that.
I get it.
I just need to know what it is.
That's fair. All right. I'll start reading.
Okay. So make an investigation. No. Make an arcana check.
I like this, but oh my gosh, natural 2.
Jesus. So you
My eyes start glowing, like the tattoos around my eyes start glowing when I read it.
Mhm. You aren't sure of the contents of this book. Like what you can read it, right? You can read but the underlying intent or purpose.
Like it would be kind of like reading a master's level physics book as a fourth grader. Like I can read the words, but they don't make sense in a way that I can like summarize without reading word for word, sort of thing. maybe.
Yeah, even like, yeah, we're talking about trying to read somebody's like post grad thesis as an elementary school kid, kind of like, just because you're trying to make this interpretation is not really happening. But you can at least gather that it seems to be a spell book of considerable power, like well beyond the kind of spell casting that you've ever seen or heard of before, like 10th, 11th, 12th level spells kind of spell casting.
How to make a lich in 3 easy steps.
Rocket of Smooth Mountain, Chapter 6.
And your okay, now you can make the investigation check.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Not substantially better, unfortunately. So it's, yeah, so you can't make heads or tails of what the spells specifically are or what they do. You can tell that it's a spell book. You can tell that given the nature of the magic that's in it, it may belong to one of the generals, if not the queen herself. Your
Even I, as a player, was kind of guessing that. So
yeah, your best guess at this is that when they went in, this got dropped behind and just left in the world somehow, and it wound up in her collection, where she's been hiding it in a wall inside of a room inside of a room inside of a demi-plane.
so I will let her know that whatever you do, I would suggest you don't ever take this book outside of those non-detection enchantments that you have, especially now that one of the pillars has fallen, because they are probably looking for it. And whoever is found with it is not going to have a very good day. So if you have the opportunity to package it in something and then throw it in a hole someplace where it can, like in a demi plane that can be closed off from everybody everywhere any at all, that might be a good idea, because these are very, very, very powerful spells that are very, 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 very bad. And some very, very, very powerful demons are probably going to want that back. That's terrifying, is what I'm saying.
I was afraid of that.
Yeah.
When it stumped me, I assumed it was magic, of course, but the arcane nature, I didn't realize quite the extent of it. I suppose. Oof. Um, yes, we've we've done quite well hiding it here up till now, and it is quite safe. I trust that you will not mention this to anyone.
Nope.
And she'll put it back and
If
seal it up and slide it book and just like
if you have access to somebody who can cast modify memory and just erase the fact that I ever told you what that book was, it might even be a good idea.
yeah, that's
Just forget it exists back
just forget.
there.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
If if I happen to find a way to help you get rid of it, if you're interested, if I find a way to do so, I will let you know. Just because it is a very dangerous thing to have. I know you like books, but are they worth your life and the life of everyone around you, because they will torture people to get to it?
You can tell that she's kind of thinking it over. Well, I mean, I had a good run, and like, cause their books
What
are all
what
this fancy
good?
knows. Like, there's,
What good is a book in a collection that you can't tell anybody you have? The whole point is to share how awesome your collection is and the things that they want but can't have, right? But you can't tell anybody you have that. So is it really worth having?
well, if it's in my collection, then I know it's not in anyone else's, and
That's
that
true.
that has to count for something.
That
Um,
that's true. You are doing this world a great service.
but so the all right, you can take notes from the pilgrimage book, and yeah, still stand a donation to the upkeep of the library. You leave me your tome for a while, just for a while, and
I don't anticipate needing it
mm,
for a little while still. So I'm comfortable with leaving it with you for a while. Um, until I really do need it. But when that day comes, I'll send you a warning. Hopefully.
mm, and
I mean, hey, maybe because we're trying to resurrect the faith and everything, maybe we can make you one of our like high clerics. You're already a keeper of the tomes.
I, as
I
much
kind of
as I've,
have. I
as
could
much as I
put in a
have
good word.
a passion for the subject, I'm not really the religious sort.
Fair.
Um, I don't. the choose a domain. You can copy a domain. So I don't know how much good it will do you with the faith in the shape that it's in.
Okay. Let's
How
roll
much of
up.
a donation do you think is fair?
I, given your honesty, I will trust you to be fair.
I'm gonna be real honest with you. I grew up living in my own shell on the beach in Podunkville. I don't really know the value of a gold coin. I have a lot of them, but I
Well,
don't want to offend you by saying, here's this much, and then you be like, oh my gosh, that wouldn't even buy me like a horse.
how
Fair.
about how about we
I'll.
start? Sorry.
Nope, you're fine. You've been a little. I. How about I trust him to be fair?
Czar's really like torn with this. So I was gonna say what he was gonna say, but you can visibly see the pain of parting with money on his face. But we'll start with 1,000 gold, and as we procure more funds, we'll make sure they get to you for continued support after this. And that's 200 from each of us.
Mm-hmm.
So
Um. All right. We'll we'll call that trust well placed.
he lets out a sigh of relief. Thank you, because it's really hard
getting money when you don't have a job and your entire income source is trapped outside of an impenetrable dome.
Yes, I can imagine. Uh, have they not arranged some sort of IOU thing for
Oh,
you? I wouldn't
oh,
take it, but I know some of the others would.
oh, they did, and the headmistress of Soga was not happy about it at all.
Hmm.
By the way, I would suggest you and anyone that you find sacred not going to that town while we're on the subject.
Just telling everybody.
Hey, honesty's the key here. This person's being upfront, willing to help us, and it's the biggest trove of information we've gotten from anybody. So if anybody deserves it, this is the time.
Hmm. It's just getting that vibe of you walking into like fantasy Starbucks and be like, "What's the name for the cup? Demon on the top of the mountain." Oh, really? Okay.
I got a copy for the demon on top of the mountain.
Yeah, is that two M's in demon or
You spelled demon, Becky.
so so yeah, so we'll take 1,000 gold off of you. I'll take your tome for a little while for reasons and stuff. You can get full notes on the pilgrimage, and you can get one domain of your choosing from the Divine Six, and we will call this a session. I think that's a very good stopping point. It was a very successful negotiation, and
Yeah.
um, there's a good bit of information that has to be cobbled together for you in terms of that domain and that you pick and what it does and how it works and all that fun stuff.
Yes.
So we'll call it a night here. If anyone hung around this late, I thank you greatly for putting up with our extended
Yes.
session. Um, I thought it was fantastic. I hope everyone had fun. I know you guys got kind of stuck backseating, and I do feel bad when that happens, but they ran with this and they just kept making shit happen. So
I will gladly do nothing of note for many sessions to come for this. I'm glad I got out of bed.
So that's our session 13, lucky 13. Went a little better than it could have, huh? And yeah, so thanks everybody. Thank you to my players, and
Yeah.
we'll see you guys next week.
Hell yeah! It was fun.
We're going
See
to
ya,
raid
everybody.
We are going to raid WD Michael.
Nice.
God, is it still streaming? Dear Lord, go to bed.
Alright, and that is out now.
Okay. So